Chapter 469. Although the Treasure Pill Palace is named after the main hall, it's actually a place with abundant earthly fire in the spirit vein of Mount Qingshu. There were a total of 18 mountain peaks, and on each mountain peak, there was a special underground fire connection that was opened up to connect to the ground. Now that you're an alchemist of the 3rd rank or higher, you're qualified to choose one of the 18 peaks as your temporary residence. You don't have to worry about the lack of spiritual energy in the spirit vein of Mount Qingshu. However, once you move in, you'll have to take on certain missions from the school in addition to the benefits of being an elder. Every year, the school will assign certain missions to you. Although they're not compulsory, they're all related to your merits and directly determine how much you can exchange from a school. Also, Palace Master Dan Shun once said that all alchemists of the 3rd rank or higher in the Treasure Pill Palace must form a team of alchemists. They'll work together on alchemy matters with a single peak as the center. In other words, a group of pill alchemists will be assigned to the mountain you choose. The number of pills they are able to refine will be closely related to the contribution you receive. Another thing worth mentioning is that if any of the alchemists in this group can make a breakthrough with your guidance, they'll be handsomely rewarded. If you can guide a 3rd rank alchemist, the reward won't be less than 10 years of painstakingly refining holy pills. Dongfang Ming finally brought Ziyue to the Treasure Pill Palace and said this. It seems that guiding disciples to make a breakthrough is the fastest way to earn merits. Ziyue nodded calmly. With the decline of the Treasure Pill Palace, alchemists of the 3rd rank or higher were scarce. Not only was the school anxious, but Lord Dan Shun, as the palace master, was naturally even more anxious. That was why he set up such a reward system in the hopes of producing more high-level alchemists. However, making a breakthrough through alchemy was never a simple matter. As an early 4th rank alchemist, Lord Dan Shun was among the top 5 alchemists in the entire cloud-piercing mountain range. However, he'd always been a loner and wasn't good at teaching disciples. The only 3rd rank alchemist he'd ever nurtured died in an accident. That was why the Treasure Pill Palace gradually declined. However, this was a good thing for Ziyue. His alchemy ability was increased by consuming soul energy in the attribute panel. Although in terms of the number of holy pills he could make, he was even less than some alchemist apprentices who'd just started learning alchemy for a year or so. However, his experience and understanding of alchemy had already reached the limit of a high 3rd rank alchemist. Most importantly, he was very well-rounded. Generally, no matter how difficult a 3rd rank holy pill or how complicated the refining method was, as long as he had the corresponding recipe, he could successfully refine it without a lack of experience. Ordinary 3rd grade alchemists were either good at recovering spirit pills or spirit pills that could increase true essence and divine sense. There were always some shortcomings. In the areas that they were not good at, their performance was even worse than some 2nd grade alchemists. Naturally, it would be difficult for him to guide his disciples in all aspects and help them advance. For Ziyue, of course, he didn't care too much about this in his heart. After the thought flashed through his mind, he asked casually, I once heard Taoist Richwater mention that there is a merit hall in the sect. It is where the seniors in the sect have created their merit over the years. There are many records of merit creation inside. He didn't forget his real purpose of joining the Qingshu sect. Now that he had officially become a disciple of the Qingshu sect and was the leader of the Qingshu sect elders, he naturally had to put his creation on the agenda. Disregarding everything else, the countless records of inspiration in the Hall of Creation would definitely be of great help to him. Elder Kunlun, it's time for you to create your own? Dongfang Ming was surprised and then said, There's indeed a creation hall in the sect, but if you want to enter it and create your own, you need to spend a lot of merit points. That's because not only are there records of the many creations and inspirations that you've mentioned, but there are also records of the insights that you've obtained. The most important thing is the environment of creation in the hall after it's opened. In the special environment of creation, not only will your thoughts and inspiration increase greatly, as if you have the help of God, but there will also be many methods of operation derived by the predecessors, which will be verified in front of your eyes one by one. With the help of the past and the present, the efficiency of creation will naturally increase greatly. Ziyue nodded thoughtfully. Such an auxiliary effect was comparable to enlightenment, but the effect was definitely not as good as real enlightenment. How many merit points do you need? Then he asked again. Generally speaking, you need to spend at least 1,000 merit points a day. If your requirements are higher, you'll need to spend more merit points a day, up to 10,000 merit points. Such a cost doesn't seem to be much, but the time of creation is not fixed. If you add it up day by day, not everyone can afford it. However, you have the purple gold token, which has a certain discount, which is much less than the ordinary disciples. You only need to spend about 70% of the cost to enjoy such treatment. As he said, Dongfang Ming's eyes showed a trace of envy. He had the Golden Elder token, which also had a certain discount, but it was not as great as Ziyue's. Moreover, he knew very well that the real benefits of the Purple Gold Palace Master token were not limited to this. Not only was it higher than the ordinary elders like him in terms of authority and status, but also some special treasures could only be touched and exchanged by cultivators with the Purple Gold token. Those were the real treasures that made people green with envy. For example, some spiritual objects that could prolong one's life, treasures that could help one break through to the next realm, protective objects that could greatly increase one's strength and life-saving ability. In that case, may I know if these merit points can be exchanged with spirit stones? Ziyue thought for a while and asked again. Yes, you can exchange it directly in the Internal Affairs Hall. 1 merit point can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spirit stones. However, if you want to exchange it with spirit stones, you need to exchange for 30 low-grade spirit stones. Dongfang Ming answered clearly. 3 times? Ziyue frowned. The price range was a little too big. Dongfang Ming smiled and said, the most important use of merit points is to exchange for resources in the sect. However, many of the resources in the sect are rare or even non-existent in the outside world. The sect also doesn't encourage disciples to exchange merit points with spirit stones. However, if you need it, there are disciples in the sect who are willing to trade privately. Usually, it's much cheaper than in the Internal Affairs Hall. Generally, 20 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 merit point. Ziyue nodded silently. He couldn't help but look at the 114,000 merit points on his identity token. Only then did he realize that the number of merit points was actually quite a lot. Among these merit points, 100,000 were the reward for entering the sect as a special talent that the sect needed. 14,000 merit points were the reward for killing the evil cultivators on the way back. The fact that it was recorded was obviously a sign of goodwill from the Qingshu sect. At least, he wouldn't have to worry too much about merit points in the short term. Then, Ziyue chose a mountain called Fiery Spirit Peak among the 18 peaks of the Elixir Treasure Hall as his cultivation residence. There was a cultivation palace in Fiery Spirit Peak, as well as many large and small alchemy rooms. As long as he tidied it up, he could use it directly. Ziyue didn't delay. He refined the palace control stone on the same day and officially settled down. The peak of the 5th grade spiritual vein, Starlight Spirit Gathering Formation, Purple Gold Token, Elixir Treasure Hall, Merit Creation Hall, 7 to 8 Golden Core Realm Perfected Cultivators, and more than 100 Divine Realm Perfected Cultivators. This is the Qingshu sect, worthy of being one of the 4 immortal sects of the cloud-piercing mountain range. Ziyue sat cross-legged in his cultivation palace. He couldn't help but recall what he had experienced today one by one. While it was an eye-opener, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. In this place, he truly felt the aura of immortals, and also sensed the divine elegance of immortal spell cultivators. Especially when he saw the 3 Golden Core Realm Perfected Cultivators, including the Coffin Hall Master, Jiwu Hall Master, and Ren Faxian Sect Master, at a close distance. It made him yearn endlessly. Of course, at the same time, he also vaguely felt the strength of the Golden Core Realm experts. They seemed to have a natural Tao and were quiet and inactive, but there was a terrifying explosive force hidden inside. Once they used their thoughts, they could create a terrifying power in an instant. He thought that his strength was strong, But in front of such an existence, he really had no room to resist. This is the golden core realm. Divine thought, original power, soul, endless power turned into a point, forming a golden core realm-perfected cultivator. Ziyue sighed with emotion. He couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency in his heart. He had a strong desire to create the follow-up cultivation method as soon as possible and improve the realm of immortal cultivation. But it will be soon. As long as I translate the Demon Clan cultivation method, I will go to the Merit Creation Hall and can deduce my divine realm cultivation method in one fell swoop. At least, it can be deduced to the middle stage or even late stage of the divine realm. Ziyue's eyes were shining, and he smiled. Then, with a thought, he waved his hand and 4 storage pouches appeared in front of him. These 4 storage bags belonged to the 4 demonic cultivators who died in his hands. With a thought, he summoned the 10,000 flames furnace with his divine sense and placed it on the bags of holding. The restrictive spells, traps, and even some backfiring methods on them turned into clouds of black smoke and vanished the moment they came into contact with the 5-colored flames. Then, with a pop sound, the seals on the 4 storage pouches were all broken by him, and they were completely opened. Chapter 470. Sure enough, these demonic cultivators kill for treasures and rob houses. Plus, their minds are deceitful, and they don't trust anyone at all. So, all the treasures on them are on themselves. Among the 4 bags of holding, there were more than 3,200,000 spirit stones, not to mention other things. Not to mention there are many magic treasures, spirit pills, spirit talismans, heaven and earth treasures, jade slips, and other things. Even if I exclude some demonic items and things whose value is hard to calculate, my harvest this time is at least 10 million spirit stones. If converted into high-grade spirit stones, it is more than 1,000 pieces. Ziyue's divine sense swept, and his eyes couldn't help but reveal a trace of light. Then, without hesitation, he picked and put away all the items that had a certain value. For the current him, some relatively ordinary materials, magic tools, spirit talismans, spirit pills, and even magic treasures could no longer attract his attention. What he was more concerned about were things that were useful to him or things that were priceless. In the collection of demonic cultivators, some things really exceeded the limit of his heart. Ziyue endured the disgust and picked, including 2 high-grade magic treasures, 2 middle-grade magic treasures, for low-grade magic treasures, a total of 8 demonic magic treasures used by demonic cultivators, and many materials used for demonic cultivation, such as skeletons, skin corpses, blood, and other evil things, all piled together, and then covered his head with the 10,000 flames furnace. Zzz. A burst of violent burning sounds came. Under the envelopment of the flames, the energy was incinerated. The evil ghosts all let out terrifying howls that sounded like the cries of ghosts and the howls of gods. They also sounded like whispers, and occasionally they would let out vicious curses. These sounds were gloomy, terrifying, resentful, pleading, and disturbing the mind. However, Ziyue was unmoved. The power of his divine sense was consumed, and the 5-colored flames burned everything. Occasionally, a demonic magic treasure would burst out with a murderous aura, as if it was unwilling to be refined. But in the blink of an eye, it was suppressed by the flames, unable to make the slightest wave. Suddenly, a large number of spirit energy values flashed in front of his eyes. Spirit energy plus 10,000, plus 10,000, plus 10,000, plus 10,000. Soon, heaven and earth became clear again. All of the evil things, even those sinister magical treasures, were burned to ashes and lost all use. My soul energy has increased instead of decreasing. Has it reached 30 million points? That's equivalent to burning the demonic Tao's Dharma treasures and gaining more than 5 million points of spiritual energy. It's not much less than killing the demonic Tao cultivators before. Ziyue's eyes lit up, and he was secretly delighted. 30 million soul points was a new high for him. Then his gaze landed on that batch of jade map eyes. Regarding this batch of jade map pupils, even if he expected that there would definitely be some devil path cultivation methods among them, he did not have any scruples in his heart. If he wanted to create a new technique, he would need to gather the strengths of many different techniques and absorb their strengths and essences. Even if the demonic path cultivation method was evil and strange, the cultivation method was incomparably cruel, and there were many shortcuts. However, to be able to develop and strengthen, causing the many cultivators in the cloud-piercing mountain range to feel as if they were facing a great enemy, there was naturally something unique about it. As long as ZUS stayed true to his heart, there was nothing to worry about. With a thought, he gently brushed his divine thought. Immediately, the many records in more than 20 jade map eyes all fell into his mind. Devouring demonic technique, yin-yang demonic technique, white bone skeleton technique, soul searching technique, blood shadow escape technique, soul seizing technique, Tai sword splitting technique, Buddha Vajra technique. In these jade map eyes, there are not only demonic path cultivation methods, but also the cultivation methods of the four cloud-piercing sects, such as the Tai sword sect and the Great Buddha sect. Ziyue glanced through the many jade map eyes one by one. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat and he was stunned. This kind of harvest was really somewhat beyond his expectations. Then his heart moved, and he quickly understood. Among the demonic Tao cultivators, many were disciples of other sects who could not stay true to their hearts and join the demonic Tao. Naturally, they would more or less carry the inheritance of their original sects with them. In addition, they killed each other and stole treasures. In addition, it must be mentioned that the demonic Tao cultivators were the least biased and did not care about the inheritance of techniques. Therefore, the demonic path cultivation methods that are circulated in the outside world were actually very widely passed down. This was why he had so many cultivation methods of other sects in his hands at this time. Suddenly, he was excited. Of course, he would not cultivate these cultivation methods, but they would definitely be a huge supplement for him to create his own cultivation methods. Devouring demonic technique is said to be a demonic path cultivation method created by a demonic path expert using the innate magical ability of a top great demon to swallow the heavens and the earth like a whale swallowing a whale. It has an extremely strong ability to refine yuan qi. The more yuan qi is swallowed, the faster a cultivator's strength will increase. In addition, this cultivation method can even swallow the essence of a cultivator's flesh and blood and the divine consciousness energy in the body. Yin-yang demonic technique is a technique that uses the power of yin and yang to transform yin and yang to seize yuan qi and vitality. It is a cultivation method that uses the Tao of others to achieve one's own Tao. It is also a kind of demonic path. White bone skeleton technique uses white bones and skeletons as the Tao foundation. It gathers endless resources to nurture white bones and then nourish the body. Ziyue analyzed the three demonic path cultivation methods one by one. Although he was very clear that these cultivation methods were not orthodox, the subtleties of these cultivation methods gave him a feeling of sudden enlightenment. Among them, there were definitely merits. The Buddha Vajra technique should be one of the true inheritances of the great Buddhist sect, which can lead one to the peak of the divine realm. As expected, the cultivation methods of the Buddhist sect are different from the ordinary immortal methods. They mainly focus on the physical strength, and with the help of the Buddha Vajra technique, the physical strength is unparalleled. Then, with the vigorous vitality produced in the physical body, it nourishes one's divine soul and achieves the effect of strengthening the divine soul. Ziyue muttered to himself silently. In his heart, he also felt that his cultivation methods would be more perfect if they were combined with the cultivation of the physical body. The soul-searching method, the blood shadow escaping method, and the soul separation method are all cultivation methods of the demonic path. These cultivation methods are strange and evil, but I have to admit that they do have powerful effects. Among them, the soul-searching method can directly search the soul of an enemy cultivator, thereby exploring the memories and secrets in the depths of the enemy's soul. But once it is used, it will cause great damage to the enemy's soul, and there is basically no possibility of recovery. Sometimes, it is not impossible to use it when meeting a person who must be killed. The blood shadow escaping method is a method of escape. The speed is really fast, and in short distance, it even surpasses the divine skills. However, the price was very high. As for the soul-seizing technique, it was a type of reincarnation technique. It couldn't completely reincarnate the entire soul. After all, a person's physical body and soul were the two sides of the same body. Once an outsider's soul entered the body would instinctively reject it. Not only would it be difficult for the cultivator to completely control the physical body, but the physical body would also gradually lose its vitality due to the death of the original soul. However, it had to be said that this demonic Tao spell could definitely play a huge role in certain critical moments. It is said that there was once an expert of the demonic Tao who used this technique to forcefully seize the body of an expert from a certain sect. He successfully entered the other sect and caused a huge commotion, almost causing the sect to fall apart. Ziwa analyzed the various cultivation techniques one by one, and indeed, he felt that he had gained a lot. There were many things that he had come into contact with and seen for the first time. At this moment, after being seen by him, even if he did not cultivate, they would all be turned into cultivation resources for him, increasing his foundation and settling in his heart. Eventually, at some point in time, it would blossom with incomparably resplendent light. Half an hour later, Ziwa put all these gains into his storage bag one by one. Then, a dignified look appeared on his face. With a flip of his hand, a new jade slip eyes and a piece of green copper appeared in his hand. The green copper was the demonic Tao spell that he had picked up from the place where the demonic beast of the Golden Core realm, the silver snake demon prince, had fallen. The new jade slip eyes was the detailed explanation of the demonic Tao spell that he had casually exchanged when he passed by the Internal Affairs Hall. Previously, in the Blood Mountain City, he did not find any information about the Monster Clan's characters. This time, in the Qingshu sect, he did not disappoint. He found this book, Monster Clan's Characters, and hurriedly exchanged for it. Although 1,000 merit points was a little expensive, he felt that it was all worth it. With a sweep of his divine thought, the information inside immediately poured into his mind. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Silently memorized and browsed, and then his divine thought swept over the green copper to verify and compare it with it again. Finally, after an hour, he managed to completely translate the demon race cultivation technique. 9 transformations of the snake and dragon. Ziwa's heart trembled. This was a demonic Tao spell that allowed a snake demon to transform into a dragon. A snake demon cultivates this demonic Tao spell and transforms a total of 9 times, and its bloodline will revert to its ancestors and evolve into a true dragon. A true dragon is a divine beast, and even the weakest of them is above the primordial soul realm. In other words, this is a demonic Tao spell that leads directly to the primordial soul realm. Ziwa exclaimed and could not help but gasp. It should be known that he did not even have a demonic Tao spell that led directly to the Golden Core realm, but this demonic Tao spell led directly to the primordial soul realm. Even if it was a demonic Tao spell and he could not directly cultivate it, its level was definitely the highest among all the demonic Tao spells that he had ever seen. In a trance, he suddenly felt that his greatest gain from crossing the 100,000 huge mountains was perhaps this 9 transformations of the snake and dragon. 9 transformations of the snake and dragon. 9 transformations to transform into a true dragon. If I were to fill in the demonic Tao spell that I am about to create, the divine light in Ziwa's eyes suddenly brightened. Long ago, he had an intuition that this demonic Tao spell would be a great opportunity for him to create his own demonic Tao spell. Now that he had truly seen the full picture of this demonic Tao spell, his inspiration surged, and he was extremely excited. However, he was not in a hurry to directly use the time of enlightenment to create his own demonic Tao spell. Instead, he began to carefully sort out and comprehend it silently. He needed to prepare. Moreover, this was not the best time or place to create his own demonic Tao spell. It was in the creation hall of the Clear Void sect. If he wanted to do something, he had to do it to the best of his ability. If he wanted to prepare, he had to be fully prepared. Chapter 471. Thue, who had just entered the Pill Palace of the Qing Su sect, had 10 days to settle down and temporarily did not need to pay attention to the sect's mission. Therefore, early the next morning, he did not hesitate and went straight to the creation hall. With the purple token, Ziyue was almost unimpeded in the sect, except for a few places. Soon, a magnificent palace that seemed to be in the clouds appeared in front of him. The creation hall. Ziyue quickly found the elder in charge of the creation hall. When the elder saw Ziyue, especially when he was wearing the grade 3 alchemist fire controlling garment, he was stunned at first and then quickly said, "Are you Elder Kunlun, the new alchemy grandmaster of the Pill Palace? I didn't expect Elder Tai Xing to have heard of my name." Ziyue immediately smiled and said, "Elder Kunlun, don't look at how few people come to this creation hall. In terms of being well-informed, I'm not inferior to others." Elder Tai Xing's old face smiled like a chrysanthemum. He stroked his white beard and then asked, "Is Elder Kunlun going to use the creation hall to create a new technique?" "That's right. May I know how to collect the contribution points?" Ziyue nodded and asked. "It's easy for disciples in the Aperture Opening Realm to create a new technique. 1,000 contribution points per day is enough. The sect will also provide a certain number of Aperture Opening Realm techniques for free as reference. This is also a kind of encouragement for the sect's disciples. However, what Elder Kunlun is going to create is a God Realm technique. A God Realm technique involves much more profound mysteries. In addition, opening the creation hall consumes the power of supreme grade spirit stones and primordial Tao spirit marrow. Together with the operation of the formation, it forms a kind of illusory environment. It is like an environment for one to comprehend the Tao. The operation of the mind is naturally several times faster than usual. Therefore, 10,000 contribution points will be deducted every day. In addition, if Elder Kunlun needs it, the sect will provide a total of 380 divine realm cultivation methods. Although these divine realm cultivation methods are not the Qingshu sect's inherited cultivation methods, they have been collected by the Qingshu sect for countless years. These cultivation methods can be practiced all the way from an ordinary person to a divine realm cultivation method. Some of the cultivation methods are even not weaker than the inherited cultivation methods of our Qingshu sect. It would definitely be of great help to the Kunlun elders in their creation. A cultivation technique only required 3,000 merit points. This was many times cheaper than exchanging it at the Internal Affairs Hall. Of course, the cultivation method exchanged for me can only be used or cultivated by Elder Kunlun himself. It cannot be spread out. Elder Tai Xing said with a smile, 1,000 merit points for one. Ziyue was slightly surprised. To be honest, such a price was actually not expensive. Only in the sect could one enjoy such convenience. A divine realm cultivation method in the outside world required at least 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, which was 10 times higher than here. However, he wanted a divine realm cultivation method to create a new cultivation method. If one cultivation method was 1,000 merit points, 10 cultivation methods would be 10,000 merit points. 380 cultivation methods will be a total of 380,000 merit points. This price was not friendly at all. Can it be cheaper? Ever since Ziyue started cultivating, it was rare for him to feel that he was short of money. Of course, what you have is a purple token. If you use it in the sect, it can reduce the consumption by 30%. A cultivation technique only requires 700 merit points to exchange for. Elder Tai Xing's smile remained unchanged as he spoke. Ziyue's face darkened. After a while, he said, "Can I buy it on credit?" "No, according to the sect's rules, no matter who it is, even if the sect leader comes in person, no one can buy it on credit." Tai Xing seemed to have his tail stepped on. He stared, blew his beard, and shook his head repeatedly. In the Creation Hall, 100 deity-level cultivation techniques and 5 days of creating them cost me a total of 95,000 merit points. Let's hope for a good result. Ziyue sighed slightly. Then his eyes fell on the floor of the Creation Hall, the walls, and some scattered records on the open space. His eyes suddenly lit up. Buzz. At this moment, the formation in the Creation Hall rose. Suddenly, a thick spiritual chi of heaven and earth, mixed with the power of the essence of Tao energy, which seemed to be able to calm one's mind and make one's mind more active than ever, spread rapidly. At this moment, Ziyue's mind was calm, and his mind also sped up. As expected, it is far inferior to the enlightenment time that I used the attribute panel. There is almost no comparison between the two. Ziyue silently felt the environment in the Creation Hall and soon came to a conclusion. However, this was normal. The attribute panel's magic was naturally not comparable to ordinary means. Let's start. Officially start the creation. Without thinking much, Ziyue directly sat cross-legged in the center of the Creation Hall and spread out his divine thought. In an instant, the surrounding walls, the ground, and the top of his head, everywhere, thousands of years, the summaries, records, and inspirations of the predecessors of the Qingshu sect were all memorized by him. At the same time, he waved his hand and 100 jade slip eyes floated around him. As his divine thoughts spread out, the jade slip eyes recorded the ever-spring Tao skill, the bright moon skill, the nine-yang qi skill, the mountain moving skill, and so on, a total of 100 divine realm cultivation methods, one by one, turned into flowing light and quickly rushed into his mind. After his divine thoughts spread out, the jade slip eyes seemed to have been struck by lightning. They instantly collapsed and were completely destroyed. Ziyue knew that this was because these jade slip eyes had been set up with a restriction. As long as they were touched by someone, they would inevitably be destroyed to prevent them from being leaked out again. He did not care, but at this moment he slowly closed his eyes. Enlightenment time begins. Time is unlimited, Ziyue thought. In an instant, Ziyue felt that his thinking, perception, divine thought, comprehension of heaven and earth, comprehension, and all other senses had increased countless times in an instant. At this moment, his ability to capture the inspiration that flashed in his mind was raised to the limit. With a single thought, the countless accumulations from before, the various cultivation theories, cultivation experiences, understanding of the mysteries of the world, and the perception of the operation of the great Tao, all turned into a series of concrete formulas that collided in his mind. It stirred up a lot of sparks. However, Ziyue did not create the cultivation methods right away. Instead, as a thought flashed through his mind, he began to integrate them one by one and carefully explore the cultivation methods that he had mastered before. Purple Qi Divine Observation Method, Immortal Martial Method, 1 Yuan Great Tao Method. Then, it was the many cultivation methods that he had obtained later on. Purple Jade Smoke Fall Technique, Water Dragon Extinction Technique, Mountain Splitting Earth Technique, Great Sun Divine Technique, Reversal of Heaven and Earth Technique, Jade Virtual Technique, as well as the Devouring Demonic Technique, Yin-Yang Demonic Technique, White Bone Skeleton Technique, Buddha Vajra Technique, and the demon race's 9 transformations of the Serpent Dragon. Finally, there were the Ever-Spring Tao Technique, Bright Moon Technique, 9-Yang Qi Technique, Mountain Moving Technique, and countless other cultivation methods that he had obtained from Elder Tai Xing of the Creation Hall. He comprehended them one by one, pondered over them one by one, and explored them one by one. There were more than 100 cultivation methods. Ziyue relied on the enlightenment time and began to carefully comprehend them all. Time passed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Ziyue was immersed in this kind of infinite enlightenment. Inexplicably, a kind of impatience dissipated from his body. A kind of calmness, a kind of confidence that came from the bottom of his heart, could not help but spread out. On his face, there was a trace of a peaceful smile. In a daze, he opened his eyes. Tao follows nature, Ziyue whispered, and in his eyes, there was a trace of wisdom that seemed to be able to see through the world and see through all the mysteries of the world. At this moment, he already had a brand new and comprehensive understanding of the more than 100 cultivation methods that he had seen. At this moment, if he wanted to cultivate, he was confident that he only needed an extremely short period of time to cultivate any one of the more than 100 cultivation methods. This was a kind of control. It was also the confidence in his heart. Then, he closed his eyes again. In an instant, all the guesses, ideas, and inspirations about the new cultivation methods that he had originally suppressed collided in an instant. Combined with the various cultivation theories and operating methods of the more than 100 cultivation methods that he had carefully sorted out before, all kinds of strange ideas, flashes of inspiration, and the countless inspirations and summaries recorded in the creation hall. All his accumulation, all his foundation, all his accumulation, all his foundation quickly circulated and flowed in his heart. Ziyue's thoughts were unprecedentedly clear. With the great way of the first yuan as the foundation, more than 100 cultivation methods, countless inspirations, and summaries of predecessors as a bridge, constantly deducing 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, unconsciously, a trace of enlightenment rose in Ziyue's heart. A burst of ideas gushed out, quickly combined, evolved, and piled up bit by bit, instantly imprinted in his mind. The cultivation method that can lead to the peak of the early stage of the divine realm has been completed. Ziyue was shocked, and a trace of divine light flashed in his eyes. Even though he had already perfected the cultivation method that could lead to the peak of the early stage of the divine realm as early as the time when he had comprehended the Tao and created the cultivation method, he was still surprised when he really created the cultivation method at this time. However, at this time, he did not dare to relax. Just as his mind was slightly floating, he followed this idea and deduced again. It seemed that a long time had passed, but it also seemed that it was just a moment. Ziyue's mind suddenly shook again. The cultivation method that can lead to the peak of the middle stage of the divine realm has also been completed. Ziyue was secretly excited. He knew that his strength could finally be improved again. It was not like before, when even if he felt the gap between him and the experts of the Gold Core realm, he could not improve because he was unwilling to cultivate mediocre cultivation methods. Continue. Ziyue sank into the Tao comprehension again. Chapter 472. Half an hour later, Ziyue was done with his enlightenment. After all, I still lack some foundation and can't really create a cultivation method that can reach the peak of the late-stage divine realm. In addition to the lack of foundation, my realm is not enough, which should be one of the reasons. Without really reaching the late-stage divine realm, it is indeed difficult to see the mystery of this realm. However, a cultivation method that can reach the peak of the middle-stage divine realm is enough for a short time. With a slight sigh, Ziyue soon showed a trace of satisfaction on his face. He knew that it was not so easy to create the top cultivation method of the divine realm in the world. The accumulation and foundation needed were absolutely beyond imagination. But no matter how difficult it was, he was not willing to give up. If it was possible, how could he succumb to those cultivation techniques that were far inferior to the grand Taoist technique of one origin in terms of degree of subtlety and strength after cultivation? Now that he had created a cultivation method that could connect with the One Yuan way, it was not a problem for him to create a cultivation method of the same level as the One Yuan way, even if it was not a complete cultivation method of the divine realm. This cultivation method is a combination of over 100 different cultivation methods that I have comprehended. With the way of One Yuan as the foundation, I mainly cut off the devouring vitality, demonic skills ability to devour vitality, the transformation effect of the 9 transformations of the snake and dragon, and the subtleties of various other cultivation methods. Not only the speed of devouring the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and the speed of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth will be greatly improved, but can also be refined with the help of the Great Way Heart Lamp and transformed into the purest divine thought power. The most important thing is that when the cultivation method reaches the peak of the early stage divine realm, once it reaches the next realm, it will undergo a transformation. It is a kind of transformation from the inside to the outside, although it is not as exaggerated as the transformation of a snake into a dragon by relying on the power of bloodline to evolve into another species. But every transformation will inevitably lead to a great improvement and change in my strength. Ziyue's mind flashed through the records about the cultivation method in his mind. As if he thought of something, he could not help but take out a jade slit pupil. With a move of his divine thought, it turned into a carving knife and began to record in the jade slit pupil. But soon, puff, the jade map pupil shattered into pieces. As expected, this new cultivation technique of mine is the same as the grand way of the origin. It can't be recorded by the jade slip eyes. Only the Tao Source Stone can truly contain the secrets of this cultivation technique. Ziyue wasn't surprised. Instead, he was overjoyed. His eyes flashed with excitement. The more this was the case, the more it proved the strength of his cultivation technique. Naturally, he was happy. Then, he took out the real Tao Source Stone and inscribed the new cultivation technique on the back of the Tao Source Stone that recorded the One Yuan Tao technique. Wang, Wang, Wang. Following his inscription, the void rumbled and a bolt of lightning struck the Tao Source Stone. Sizzle, the Tao Source Stone trembled slightly. With its innate immunity to many spells, it once again blocked the position of the lightning. Only then did the cultivation technique truly record down. As for the name, let's call it the Heaven-Devouring Divine Transformation Technique. Ziyue combined the characteristics of the cultivation technique and decided on the name directly. Then, his gaze fell on his attribute panel. As expected, the name of the cultivation technique soon appeared on the cultivation technique column on the attribute panel. Name: Due Celestial Technique Realm. Early Divine Realm Cultivation Technique. Grand Way of the Origin, Complete Enlightenment Section. Heaven-Devouring Divine Transformation Technique, Beginner Section. Natal Superpower, Absent-Mindedness Divine Ability. Earth Shrinking, Annihilation Divine Light. Rainbow Calamity, Avoiding Spirit Light. Minor Forbidden Spirit Art. Myriad Flames Furnace, Divine Ability Seed. Magic Arts, Great Immortal Martial Handprint. Immortal Martial Glazed Light 20. 3-story building Sword Chi. 1 sword break all skills. Large hole observation technique. Invisibility technique techniques. Wondrous Jade Alchemy Technique. Complete Enlightenment. 9 Suns Alchemy Technique. Complete Enlightenment. Ancient Moon Weapon Refining Technique. Complete Enlightenment. Art of Divination. Spiritual Energy. 156258885 Enlightenment Time. 10,000 spiritual energy per minute. I still have 6 million soul energy left, which means that I've spent more than 14 million soul energy comprehending the Tao this time. Based on the calculation of 1 minute of comprehending the Tao for 10,000 soul energy, I've only spent a day. Ziyue was a little surprised. However, when he thought about the super strong state of enlightenment, he felt that it was normal. Seeing that he had more than 15 million spiritual energy left, he was eager to try again. Consume 30 million spiritual energy to upgrade Heaven-Devouring Divine Transformation Technique, God Section, from beginner to small success. 30 million? I need 30 million spiritual energy to upgrade my strength from the early divine realm to the peak early divine realm? Ziyue opened his eyes wide and found it hard to believe. Even though he had known that after the divine realm, the amount of spiritual energy required for each upgrade would increase exponentially, he still felt a little helpless about such a huge leap. He chose no, without hesitation. Even if he wanted to upgrade, he didn't have that much spiritual energy now. It seems that it's time for me to consider increasing my spiritual energy. As he thought about it, the operation method of the newly created Heaven-Devouring Divine Transformation Technique flashed across his mind. Boom! When his divine thought power flowed, according to the new cultivation method, the 1,296 acupoints in his body that had already been opened immediately shook at the same time. At the same time, there was a rumbling sound, and it quickly evolved, forming a huge vortex. The whirlpool spun slightly, and an extremely strong suction force was generated from his body in an instant. The extremely rich spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the surroundings immediately surged into his body and was devoured by him, becoming his nourishment. As the heaven and earth spirit chi surged into his body, an incomparably resplendent flame rose. Great Path Heart Lamp. Ziyue's new cultivation method didn't abandon the characteristics of the Great Path Heart Lamp, and it was completely preserved. Immediately, the absorbed and converted power merged with the original power in his body. Under the burning of the lamp of heart, it was immediately converted into extremely pure and refined power of the soul. This spiritual energy was pure and powerful without the slightest impurity. It surged into his body and rotated slightly along his body. Crackle. Immediately, it made his body and mind from the inside out began to strengthen. His fleshly body was already very strong. However, under the influence of the new divine sense, it was still growing stronger. Moreover, the strength of my soul is also strengthening. Ziyue quickly felt the new changes produced by the new cultivation method, and he felt that the range of his spiritual energy had begun to expand. Not enough. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around me is not enough. Suddenly, he felt that his surroundings were empty. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was absorbed by him. The speed of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the outside world couldn't keep up with the speed of his absorption and transformation. Once again, he felt the dominance of the divine, devouring transformation technique. One had to know that he was currently in the Qingshu sect, which had a top-notch grade 5 spiritual vein. In theory, it should be enough to support the cultivation of an essence soul realm powerhouse. However, under the condition that he was using all his strength, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around him was actually somewhat insufficient. Although the range of his spiritual energy was far from that of a true essence soul realm powerhouse, or even a golden core realm perfected cultivator, it was enough to prove the power of this cultivation method. He didn't hesitate, and with a thought, piles of spirit stones immediately appeared around him. He wanted to see how terrifying the maximum devouring effect of his cultivation method was. His spiritual energy was like a hammer that crushed slightly. In an instant, countless spiritual stones turned into powder. The extremely dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth immediately spread out. The divine devouring transformation technique was activated, and a huge amount of spiritual energy of heaven and earth was immediately swept back and devoured by him. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Soon, he felt the state of depletion of spiritual energy again. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth contained in 1,000,000 inferior grade spiritual stones was completely absorbed in the time of 10 breaths. Ziyue was a little shocked. It was equivalent to him being able to directly devour and convert the energy contained in 10 superior grade spiritual stones in the time of 1 breath. Such a conversion efficiency was a little terrifying. It really lived up to its name of devouring the heavens. Wait a minute, my cultivation progress has increased as well. The cultivation speed of the devouring the heavens divine transformation technique has reached the beginner level of 3%. Ziyue's eyes suddenly shone with a glimmer of light. He suddenly found a way to quickly increase his strength without using soul power. That was to quickly increase his cultivation level by devouring the energy of spiritual stones or consuming spiritual pills. In fact, this was the method that orthodox cultivators chose to increase their strength. However, because of the absorption speed, conversion efficiency, and the time needed to complete the process and many other factors, he gradually changed to relying on consuming soul power to quickly increase his strength. Now, the devouring the heavens divine transformation technique that he created, whether it was the absorption speed or the conversion efficiency, had reached an extremely shocking level. Moreover, because of the Great Way Heart Lamp, the divine sense that he cultivated was extremely pure. There would be no situation where the strength was mixed and the foundation was unstable because of the rapid increase in speed and excessive absorption of external forces. Most importantly, the whole cultivation method was created by him, so he did not need to worry about the situation where he would fall into a bottleneck because of insufficient understanding of the cultivation method. His mind suddenly became active. 1,000,000 inferior-grade spiritual stones can only increase the cultivation speed by 3%. In this way, if I want to cultivate the cultivation method to the small success, I will need at least 30 million inferior-grade spiritual stones, which is 3,000 superior-grade spiritual stones. Ziyue pondered for a moment, but did not hesitate too much. It just so happened that he had prepared a large number of spiritual stones for the auction of the Millennium Ice Heartfire. Even if he had spent some of them at the auction, he still had more than 4,000 superior-grade spiritual stones. It should be enough to stack his cultivation to the peak of the early stage of the divine realm. Without hesitation, he waved his hand. All of a sudden, piles of spirit stones with overflowing spirit chi once again appeared in the entire creation palace. Chapter 473. With a divine thought, a pile of spiritual stones was instantly crushed into powder. Then a gust of thick spiritual chi of heaven and earth rose up. Divine sky-swallowing transformation spell. Ziyue operated the spell. Like a giant beast swallowing the sky, endless energy instantly turned into flowing light and poured into his body. Whoosh! The heart lamp of the great path burned, and the terrifying energy was quickly absorbed by him, turning into pure and powerful divine willpower. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, the energy of a large pile of spiritual stones was quickly consumed. Then Ziyue did not stop. With another divine thought, another pile of spiritual stones turned into powder. Entry 5%, entry 10%, entry 15%. Suddenly, Ziyue's cultivation of the divine, sky-swallowing transformation spell soared rapidly. When Bai Ziyue was about to absorb all the energy contained in the pile of spirit stones and convert it into divine willpower, rumble. Bai Ziyue's body shook, and his aura instantly soared. Not only did the divine sense in his body become denser and more solid, but it also constantly nourished his body, mind, and flesh, and strengthened his soul. The divine sky-swallowing transformation spell has reached the basic level. My strength has also soared and reached the peak of the early stage of the divine realm. Ziyue felt a little happy in his heart. For a long time, he relied on the spiritual power on the attribute panel to improve his realm and strength. Now, by relying on the powerful devouring and transforming power of the devouring deity transformation spell, he finally managed to raise his strength without spending the slightest bit of soul power. This was a leap. It gave him more options. But the price is a little high. 30 million low-grade spiritual stones just made my strength reach the peak of the early stage of the divine realm. If I want to break through to the middle stage of the divine realm and evolve the first transformation of the divine, sky-swallowing transformation spell, the energy I need is not less than the consumption now. Bai Ziyue looked at the large amount of powder on the ground and instantly felt his heart ache. This spell was the real consumption of spiritual power. Even with his savings, he could not support it. At least, the remaining spiritual stones were not enough to evolve the first transformation, and this was the real reason why he ended his cultivation. However, the increase in my cultivation level has ultimately allowed my strength to increase correspondingly. The current me is much stronger than before. The same divine abilities and spells can evolve into even more terrifying power than before. Ziyue muttered to himself. With a thought, a flying sword shot out with a whoosh. It was so fast that it began to revolve around him. His thoughts flashed like lightning, and he suddenly left a line of cultivation insights on an empty space in the achievement hall. Then, in the blink of an eye, the flying sword turned into a stream of light and entered his body again. He rose to his feet, intending to completely end this time's creation. Elder Kunlun came out so quickly. Any gains? When Elder Tai Xing saw Zue walking out of the creation hall, he raised his eyebrows and quickly asked. Because of the concealment of the formation, even if there was a big movement in the creation hall, he would not be able to sense it. Therefore, he did not notice Yue's engraving of the spell, the divine thunder falling from the sky, and the spiritual chi surging like a tide when he was cultivating. I got some gains, but I didn't make full use of it, Zue said with some regret. After all, the path of creation is not so easy to walk. If you really can't walk it, you might as well choose another spell that suits you. Although it's not as suitable as your own spell, it won't cut off your future path. Elder Tai Xing seemed to have thought of something as he suddenly opened his mouth to advise. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Tai Xing, Bai Ziyue smiled but did not comment on it. At this moment, a middle-aged cultivator in a Taoist robe walked over quickly and said from afar, Elder Tai, I'll give you 20 cultivation methods of the divine realm in 10 days. This is already the 17th time that Immortal Push Jian has come here. With your strength and foundation, preparing to form the core is the right way. Why are you so persistent? Elder Tai Xing could not help but sigh. The chief disciple of the Qingshu sect, Wang Push Jian, Immortal Push Jian? Seeing this, Ziyue could not help but take another look at him. Before this, he had heard of his name from Immortal Richwater and Dongfangming. He knew that Immortal Push Jian was the chief disciple of the Qingshu sect. As early as 70 years ago, he had broken through to the peak of the divine realm and was extremely powerful. At that time, the sect master and several temple masters had discussed that when he broke through to the gold core realm, he would take over the position of the sect master. Even the sect master and the fairy had prepared the materials for forming the core for him. However, 70 years had passed, and there was no sign of him breaking through. Suddenly, there was a rumor that he might have been plotted against and would forever stop at the peak of the divine realm, which made countless people sigh with regret. However, at this time, according to Elder Tai Xing's words, it was obviously not so. Not only was he intact, but he also seemed to have other ambitions. Was he determined to create a cultivation method that belonged to him? I know my own situation. Although the Qingshu true skill passed down in the sect is brilliant and is the sect master's cultivation method, even my master has only formed a 5th grade elixir and has no chance to reach the upper 3 grade elixir. Push Jian did not dare to compare himself to his master, but he also knew that it was almost impossible to step into the primordial spirit realm after forming a lower 3 grade elixir. The chances of forming a middle 3 grade elixir were also very slim. Only by forming a top 3 grade elixir could one expect to reach the primordial spirit realm. Only by creating a cultivation method that belongs to me and is the most suitable for me can I dare to say that I can form a 4th grade elixir and not stop at the gold core realm. Only then can I really have the confidence to reach the primordial spirit realm. After all, waiting for the opportunity to upgrade the spiritual vein is too slim. Taoist, Dao, Pushing Sword said calmly with a firm expression. In this case, I will not persuade you anymore. Immortal Tai Xing sighed softly and said, You have a great spirit. In Ziyue's heart, there was also a trace of admiration. But what does it mean to form a lower 3 grade elixir, middle 3 grade elixir, and upper 3 grade elixir? Then, a trace of doubt emerged in his heart. Fiery Spirit Peak, Cultivation Cave. I have to say that this time in the Creation Hall, I have gained a lot. Not only have I finally deduced my cultivation method, but even my strength has been raised to the peak of the early stage of the God Realm. I am only 1 step away from the middle stage of the God Realm. Baithaziwa muttered to himself. While summarizing his gains from the Hall of Creation, he also felt a little relieved. He was glad that he had the attribute panel and the ability enlightenment time. Otherwise, with only the special environment of the Creation Hall, it would be extremely difficult for him to successfully create a cultivation method. Just take the sect master's chief disciple, Taoist Sword Push, for example. Taoist Sword Push had exceptional talent and abundant resources. He was definitely far superior to Bai Ziyue. However, he had gone to the Hall of Creation 17 times, but had not been able to create his own cultivation technique. One could imagine how difficult it was. The only regret is that the cultivation method that I have created can only be cultivated to the peak of the middle stage of the God realm. In other words, I still have to face the situation where I can't cultivate it at any time. Therefore, I have to earn merit points as soon as possible to exchange for the remaining 280 cultivation methods of the God realm in Elder Tai's hands. In this way, I have the confidence to deduce the subsequent cultivation methods with the help of the enlightenment time. 280 cultivation techniques would require 280,000 merit points. Even if the purple token on me can reduce the cost by 30%, I still need about 200,000 merit points. Originally, I wanted to rely on spiritual stones to exchange for merit points. However, now that my strength has increased, I also need to consume spiritual stones. It seems that I am a little stretched. It seems that I have to make good use of the time to refine elixirs. While earning merit points, I might be able to make up for the consumption of cultivation methods. Ziyue thought in his heart, but there was a hint of calmness on his face. I heard that this time, there is a new elixir master who has joined our elixir treasure hall. In a few days, he will come to our elixir treasure hall and select a group of registered disciples to assist in elixir refining. This is a great opportunity for us. Maybe we can be valued and learn some brilliant elixir refining methods. In a large elixir refining room, a sallow-faced disciple said excitedly, "Chun Fan, you should give up." Normally, when the elders select registered disciples, they will choose those who have the potential and have a strong foundation. You have just become a first-grade elixir master. You can't even guarantee the success rate of refining the most basic essence-enhancing elixir. It will take a long time to cultivate, and it will be difficult. You will definitely not be selected. Only someone like Senior Brother Zhang, who was already a high grade 1 alchemist and had been in this realm for more than a year, had a relatively high potential and had the possibility of becoming a grade 2 alchemist. This was why he was valued by the elders and accepted as a registered disciple. And I should just forget about it. A tall and thin young man beside him couldn't help but say, "I've been informed by Senior Brother Jing Chun. I will report to Elder Elixir Masters Bixia Peak in a few days." At this moment, Senior Brother Zhang, he suddenly spoke in a somewhat complacent manner. "What? Really? I didn't think that Senior Brother Zhang would be chosen by Elder Elixir Master. Congratulations." A few people around him immediately exclaimed and congratulated him with envy. As an Elixir Master of the Elixir Palace, they obviously knew Elder Elixir Master's identity. He was destined to become the Palace Lord of the Elixir Palace in the future. Zhang, he was chosen by Elder Elixir Master. Even if he was only accepted as a registered disciple, it was like a phoenix flying on a branch. Whether it was his status or future potential, it would greatly increase. Actually, it's not a big deal. This time, not only me, even Gong Chong Tian, Zhao Feng, Han Yu will be coming with me to the Bixia Peak to help Elder Elixir Master. Zhang, he smiled faintly as he continued to speak. This, Senior Brother Gong, Senior Brother Zhao, Senior Brother Han, and the others just applied to join Elder Elixir Master's Bixia Peak last month, but were rejected. Why did they suddenly? As one of them spoke, he seemed to have thought of something and lost his voice. Chapter 474. Originally, most of the alchemists in the Pill Treasure Palace were the leftovers of the 3 elders. Whether it was in terms of alchemy ability or potential, they were far inferior to the original batch of alchemists. Now, Zhang He and the other alchemists with some potential were suddenly taken away by Elder Elixir Monarch. Moreover, it happened at the time when the new elder was about to pick his in-name disciple, so they could not help but think more about it. As an immortal law practitioner, which one of them was not a clear-minded person, everyone felt a different kind of atmosphere. In the next few days, Ziyue had been staying in the cultivation residence and practicing in silence. Although he did not use soul energy or holy stones to practice, the spiritual energy in Mount Qingshu's spiritual vein was very dense. Naturally, his practice efficiency had increased greatly. In just a few days, he could feel that he was different. The accumulation of divine thought power in his body had also become more vigorous. In such an environment, even if he did not rely on external objects, he was confident that he could complete the first transformation in half a year, break through the shackles of the realm, and break through to the middle god stage. On this day, Ziyue finally walked out of the cultivation residence and came to the Pill Treasure Palace. Elder Kunlun, how have you been? Dong Fangming hurriedly greeted Ziyue when he saw him. I'm fine, but this time I'll have to trouble you, Elder Dongfang. Ziyue nodded slightly and said, Elder Kunlun, you're too polite. My master told me to arrange it properly, so I dare not disobey. Moreover, my fellow Taoist alchemy skill is very high, so I'll have to ask you a lot in the future. When the time comes, I hope you won't find me troublesome. Dongfang Ming said with a smile. Of course not. Ziyue waved his hand and said with a smile, Elder Dongfang, Elder Kunlun, all the alchemists are waiting in the square. Shall we start the selection of in-name disciples? At this moment, a cultivator who looked like a manager walked over and asked. Dongfang Ming also could not help but look at Ziyue. Then let's go and have a look first. Ziyue nodded. This time, he came to the Pill Treasure Palace to choose a disciple, so naturally, he would not hesitate. In our Pill Treasure Palace, there are very few third-grade and above alchemists, but there are many ordinary alchemists. I remember that there are more than 100 second-grade alchemists, 500 first-grade alchemists, and more than 2,000 apprentices. The entire Dan Treasure Palace has more than 3,000 alchemists. Even if we were the first to select a group of alchemists, there should still be some good seedlings left. Fellow Taoist, you can choose carefully. If you can find a few pill masters with great potential who can be promoted from a first-grade pill master to a second-grade pill master, or from a second-grade pill master to a third-grade pill master, then your harvest will be great. All right, fellow Taoist, you can choose a total of 10 second-rank alchemists, 50 first-rank alchemists, and 150 apprentice alchemists to be your registered disciples. Next, you'll be in charge of their alchemy. Along the way, Dongfang Ming could not help but explain. That's quite a lot. Bai Ziyue nodded slightly. Soon after, he arrived at the square. At a glance, he saw a few hundred people standing in the square. These people were all wearing alchemist robes. Ziyue could clearly tell their alchemy grades from their attire. 17 second-grade alchemists, 103 first-grade alchemists, and 550 apprentice alchemists. What's going on? Why are there only so few people? Dongfang Ming's expression changed, and he immediately looked at the steward. He had just boasted that there were more than 3,000 people in the Pill Treasure Palace. Even if the 3 elders and perfected cultivator Danshun had recruited a group of alchemists to train, there should be at least 2,000 people left. However, there were not even 1,000 people here. Ziyue was startled when he saw this. Soon he noticed something strange. Among the first and second-grade alchemists, there was not a single one of them. Most of them were beginner-grade alchemists. Moreover, he did not know if it was an illusion, but these alchemists were slightly older. It was obvious that their potential was limited. A pensive look appeared in his eyes. A few days ago, Elder Danjun and Elder Gua accepted a large batch of spirit pills from the Internal Affairs Hall. Therefore, they specially recruited a group of alchemists to refine pills. The steward wiped off his cold sweat and said carefully, It seems like some people don't welcome me. Ziyue smiled coldly and then looked at the group of alchemists in the square. With a thought, he immediately performed the large hole observation technique. In an instant, all the alchemists in the square were silently under his observation. The art of observing was a top-notch investigative art. Not only could it see the cultivation level of a cultivator, but it could also vaguely sense the emotions of the cultivator. Previously, he had relied on this technique to easily distinguish whether the divine ability cultivation method that perfected Su San had written for him was real or not. Now, he was naturally able to easily distinguish who had enmity towards him, who had impure thoughts, and who had resistance in their hearts through this spell. Elder Kunlun, the quality of this batch of alchemists is too poor. Give me 2 days, I will help you choose a batch. In addition, there are a few registered disciples in my Danxiao Mountain who are quite good at refining pills. I will give them to you Dongfang Ming hurriedly looked at Ziyue and said, "No need, this batch is actually quite good. Moreover, I already have someone to choose." Ziyue waved his hand and suddenly flicked his hand. A spiritual light was instantly released from his hand. Then, the spiritual light divided into 210 spots like raindrops and fell directly on each of the alchemists. Those who are chosen by my spiritual light will become my registered disciples. From now on, they will also live in my fire spirit peak and refine elixirs. By the way, my name is Ziyue, and my Taoist name is Kunlun. I am an advanced third-grade alchemist. You can call me Elder Bai, Elder Kunlun, or Priestess of Kunlun. Ziyue looked at the alchemists and introduced himself calmly. An advanced third-grade alchemist? Everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. They had thought that Ziyue was just an ordinary third-grade alchemist. They did not expect his alchemy skills to be so strong. He had even surpassed perfected elixir lord, who was said to be the next temple master, but was only a middle-grade, third-grade alchemist. "I've been chosen." Chun Fan's breathing suddenly became rapid, and his face was full of disbelief. He had just become a first-grade alchemist, and his alchemy skills were the weakest among the first-grade alchemists. In fact, he was not confident at all. However, he was pleasantly surprised. Most importantly, Elder Kunlun is an advanced third-grade alchemist. Doesn't that mean that his alchemy skills are only below Temple Master Danshan? His eyes widened, and he was extremely excited. Before this, he had never thought that he would become the registered disciple of an advanced third-grade alchemist. If he could receive some pointers from the other party, or even just give him a few pointers when he was refining elixirs, his alchemy skills would definitely improve greatly. At this moment, he could not help but think of Zhang He and the others who had been so proud of themselves a few days ago. A trace of pity flashed across his eyes. He already knew that they were only temporarily transferred to Bixia Peak to refine elixirs. They were not going to be registered disciples at all. It would be a great loss to miss such an opportunity. Elder Kunlun, why did you decide so hastily? Moreover, you have only chosen 7 second-grade alchemists. That's not even 10. Dongfang Ming said anxiously. It's okay. Didn't I choose 53 first-grade alchemists? Ziyue said with a wave of his hand. But the alchemy of these registered disciples is linked to your merits. You may not know this, but low-grade alchemists usually have a low success rate and low-grade elixirs. It's difficult to guarantee a profit. It also takes a lot of resources to cultivate them. Over time, if they couldn't break even or even leave a profit margin, then even if Home Master Danshan didn't say anything, there would always be someone who would jump out. Especially now that perfected elixir lord is obviously hostile. Dongfang Ming hurriedly explained. Thank you for the reminder, Elder Dongfang. Ziyue nodded, but did not say anything else. 3 days later, Fiery Spirit Peak. 3 third-grade cauldrons, 30 second-grade cauldrons, and 300 first-grade cauldrons have all been stored in the warehouse. In addition, the tasks assigned to us have been decided. Among the first-grade elixirs, there are 10,000 Qi storing pills, 5,000 Yang opening pills, and 5,000 blood spirit pills. Among the second-grade elixirs, there are 1,000 soul nurturing pills, 500 fortune pills, and 500 vitality pills. All the herbs and spiritual materials have been stored in the warehouse. According to the usual practice, we have been given double the amount of spiritual materials. However, the alchemists in Fiery Spirit Peak are generally weak, so their success rate is naturally not high. If we can't complete the task, we will need you to fill in the gaps. A steward assigned to Fiery Spirit Peak looked at Ziyue carefully and said worriedly, Don't worry, I have a way to deal with it. Ziyue nodded and said, Tell everyone, no matter if they're alchemists or apprentices, they can all take 3 portions of the elixir materials they are good at from the warehouse for free and start refining elixirs. I want to test their alchemy skills. Yes, the steward responded and quickly passed down the order. Half an hour later, on a flat ground in Fiery Spirit Peak, more than 200 people took the materials at the same time and officially started refining elixirs. On the other hand, Bai Ziyue sat cross-legged on a piece of flat ground. He lifted his eyes and performed the large hole observation art to observe everyone's pill refinement. Even if someone failed at the beginning, his expression did not change at all. It's a little difficult to write. Book review for help. Looking for a guide? Chapter 475. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Very quickly, there were people who had successfully refined their elixirs. Master, please appraise. The first to step forward were the 7 grade 2 pill masters that he had recruited this time. Among the 7, only one was a grade 2 middle pill master. The other 6 were grade 2 beginner pill masters. The 7 of them chose to refine the grade 2 vitality enhancement elixir. Ziyue began to inspect them one by one. In fact, he had already observed the entire process of their pill refinement with the help of the Great Whole observation skill. To be honest, there were many mistakes. Regardless of whether it was the control of the fire or the control of the changes in the medicinal properties of the elixir, there were many limitations. This resulted in the destruction of the medicinal properties and affected the quality of the elixir. It was only because the vitality enhancement elixir was relatively simple and most of them had studied this elixir for a long time that they were able to successfully refine the elixir. Even the grade 2 middle pill master, Ma Jun, who was the most skilled in refining elixirs, was only slightly better than the others. He managed to refine the vitality enhancement elixir to grade 2 middle pill master. Pill master Ma Jun, first of all, I have to say that your control of the spiritual fire is indeed not bad. For a ball of fire, if we calculate it with 100% control, your control of the fire has already reached 70%. This is definitely the highest among all of us here. However, your control of the medicinal properties and the changes in the fusion of the spiritual ingredients is extremely lacking. For example, when adding the sky leaf grass and bitter dried flower into the vitality enhancement elixir, wouldn't it be better to fuse these 2 ingredients first? Also, Ziyue pointed out all the omissions and mistakes he had made when he was refining pills. As the group listened, they were sometimes enlightened, sometimes thoughtful, and sometimes overjoyed. In the end, they all revealed looks of admiration and felt that they had gained a lot. After the group of level 2 alchemists, there were level 1 alchemists and alchemy apprentices. No matter who they were, Ziyue pointed out their shortcomings in detail. He explained their habitual mistakes and misunderstandings that were difficult to discover in the process of refining pills. He also directly told them how they should practice and improve in the future. Although Ziyue had never experienced these mistakes before, with his strength as a 3rd grade high alchemist, he was able to determine where the problems were at a glance. He could even deduce the flaws in these spirit pills by looking at the external appearance of these spirit pills. He was like a god that grasped the truth, and when he looked at a problem, he would often go straight to the essence. Every single word he spoke contained the supreme truth of pill refinement, causing everyone to feel incomparable reverence and conviction. A few hours later, Ziyue finished giving pointers to the last apprentice alchemist. Only then did a thoughtful expression appear on his face. There aren't many alchemists left in the Treasure Pill Palace who are more talented and experienced after being selected by Taoist Elixir Lord, Taoist Fire Surpassing, and the others. This time, Taoist Elixir Lord purposely transferred away the alchemists with relatively good aptitude and potential. The ones left behind are not only ugly, but also weak in comprehension and foundation. Even those apprentice alchemists didn't show much aptitude. Although he had expected this, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed after verifying it. But this isn't a big deal. Ziyue was confident in his deep foundation and rich knowledge. Although these alchemists had weak foundations and poor comprehension, they were all alchemists with a certain foundation. It wouldn't be difficult for them to improve. At least in his opinion, it wasn't a big problem. As long as they listened to his pointers and practiced according to his instructions, he believed that their alchemy skills would improve significantly in a short period of time. In addition, he also had a relatively complete teaching plan in his mind. Alchemy in the immortal spell world is often more extensive. Whether it's alchemy theory or the control of fire, they all need to be comprehended by themselves. Many alchemists often know how to do it, but don't know how to do it. Naturally, the requirements for alchemist comprehension are higher. Moreover, controlling fire and alchemy require a lot of practice to improve. It's not something that ordinary people can bear. This is why there are relatively few alchemists and why it's difficult for them to be promoted. However, if I can come up with a set of effective theories and use a complete and detailed alchemy system to explain the reasons for the success of alchemy, explain in detail the instinctive characteristics of the fusion of materials and the use of fire control in alchemy, it will definitely be able to greatly improve the alchemist's alchemy skills. Ziyue thought of the textbook teaching plan from his previous life. Transforming alchemy theory into mathematical, physical, or chemical formulas would naturally be able to improve the alchemist's alchemy skills with relative accuracy and efficiency. In addition, it was the same for controlling fire. With a period of practice, many alchemists with weak foundations will be able to quickly make up for their shortcomings. Of course, all of this sounded simple. However, it was extremely difficult to actually do it. Ziyue estimated that even home master Dan Shun, who had become a fourth-grade alchemist, would find it difficult to do it. However, this isn't a problem for me. Ziyue's gaze immediately fell on his attribute panel. Seeing that he still had more than 15 million points of spiritual energy, which was obviously very sufficient, he did not hesitate and immediately immersed himself in the enlightenment time. In an instant, Ziyue's thoughts, inspiration, comprehension, all of his senses were greatly improved. He also immediately collected his thoughts and immersed himself in organizing alchemy theories and creating a unique alchemy technique that belonged to him. This was a kind of integration, a kind of reorganization of alchemy techniques. It was fundamentally different from creating something out of nothing, like creating something out of nothing. Naturally, the difficulty was much lower. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes after 10 minutes, Ziyue was delighted and immediately opened his eyes. It's done. This alchemy book is not necessarily very profound. In fact, it's very concise. However, it directly points to the essence of alchemy and eliminates many mysterious theories and ambiguous explanations. There are only accurate and complete formulas and axioms. According to these axioms, one can even reverse deduce, improve, or create an alchemy recipe. Most importantly, once one learns, practices, and understands according to the explanations in this alchemy recipe, as long as one's strength can keep up, even a cultivator who has never come into contact with alchemy can step into the level of a first-grade alchemist from an alchemy apprentice within 3 years, from a first-grade alchemist to a second-grade alchemist within 5 years, and from a second-grade alchemist to a third-grade alchemist within 10 years. As for the path of cultivation after becoming a third-grade alchemist, it depends on one's luck and comprehension. At least, the difficulty of advancement has been reduced to the lowest. It can be said that this alchemy book that I created is a precious alchemy technique that can directly lead to a third-grade alchemist. It is also the culmination of my alchemy theory. Ziyue was a little happy. He could not help but have a majestic desire to establish a sect and write a book in his heart. After a while, he suppressed his somewhat agitated emotions. With a flip of his hand, he took out a jade slip and recorded the entire alchemy book. I'll name this alchemy book Kunlun Alchemy Codex. Ziyue was also a proud and confident person. Although it was a little heavy to name it Codex, he did not mind. With the level of detail of the theory in his alchemy book, it was enough to bear the weight of the word. Therefore, he finally engraved the 4 words Kunlun Alchemy Codex in the jade slip. Buzz! The jade slip trembled slightly, as if it could not bear it. After a while, it stopped. After all, it's just a collation. It's not as good as my self-created one, Origin Dao technique, and heaven-devouring divine transformation technique, which require a Dao source stone to bear. Ziyue's face was calm. With a thought, a total of 300 blank jade slip appeared in his hand. He stretched out his hand, and the contents of the first and second volumes of the Kunlun Alchemy Codex, which are the contents that could directly lead to a second-grade alchemist, respectively fell on the blank jade slip. Then, he thought for a while and set up a restriction. Suddenly, these jade slip could only be used as a one-time use. Once it was touched by someone's divine sense, it would immediately turn into powder and shatter. Moreover, there was a divine sense restriction inside. Once the person who received the jade slip had the thought of copying it, it would immediately turn into a sharp needle and pierce out. With his strength, unless it was a powerhouse above the god realm, ordinary cultivators in the chi refinement realm and the aperture awakening realm would not dare to have the thought of passing it to others within 3 years. In the short term, he did not want to pass this Kunlun alchemy codex to others. As for 3 years later, he naturally would not care. Mahjun. Then, he waved his hand slightly and called the second-grade, mid-grade alchemist, Mahjun, over. He said, "Distribute this alchemy codex. Everyone will have one copy. This is a book of alchemy that I've organized. I believe it will be of some help to your alchemy. It's also a reward for becoming my in-name disciples." As he spoke, he gave out more than 200 jade slip eyes. "Yes, thank you, Master." Mahjun was startled and immediately said excitedly, "These 200-plus alchemists and apprentice alchemists may have weak foundations and immature alchemy techniques, but they are all cultivators who have studied alchemy for decades. Even those apprentice alchemists have at least 5 years of experience in handling all kinds of herbs and assisting other alchemists in alchemy. Now that they have the guidance of my Kunlun Alchemy Codex, I believe they will have some results in a few days. In this way, when their alchemy skills and alchemy grades increase greatly and they report to the Pill Treasure Palace, it will be the time for my merit points to increase greatly. Moreover, when their alchemy skills and alchemy grades increase, my Fiery Spirit Peak's alchemy will truly be able to develop smoothly for a long time. At that time, I will earn even more merit points." Looking at the distant Mahjun, Ziyue faintly looked forward to it. Chapter 476. He already knew that the Danshan Hall Master was worried about the development of the Dan Treasure Hall. Therefore, the Danshan Hall Master spared no effort in nurturing the alchemists. Every alchemist who improved their alchemy skills would receive a generous reward of merit points. As a guide, Ziyue would also receive a share of merit points. The faster the alchemists under him improved, the more generous his profits would be. To Ziyue, who was currently lacking in merit points, this was a huge supplement. In the following period of time, Ziyue oversaw the Fiery Spirit Peak and coordinated the alchemy of the disciples. At the same time, he received a mission to refine 100 third-grade Huayang elixirs from the Dan Treasure Hall. The merit points weren't much. After all, the materials and recipes were provided by the Dan Treasure Hall, so he only received 8,000 merit points. However, his success rate and quality were extremely high, other than failing once or twice, because he wasn't familiar with the characteristics of the elixirs. He succeeded one after another. After handing in the mission, he used the remaining materials to refine another 80 elixirs. All of these could be considered his own gains. He sold them through the channels of the Dan Treasure Hall and quickly made a profit of 600,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Seeing that there was profit in front of him, Ziyue naturally wouldn't let it go and continued to refine it. After that, he simply spent his merit points to buy materials and refine elixirs himself to resell. The speed of earning spiritual stones soared again. Alchemists, especially high-ranked alchemists like by Ziyue, could earn spirit stones in extremely fast speed. The only restriction was that the speed of collecting materials couldn't keep up with the speed of his alchemy. Therefore, he would occasionally appear beside other alchemists and give pointers to the alchemists on the Fiery Spirit Peak. It was obvious that they had improved. "Master, this is the alchemy progress of all the alchemists on the Fiery Spirit Peak during this period of time. On the first day, 570 elixirs were produced. 80% of the materials were used, and the success rate was 20%. On the second day, 653 elixirs were produced. 7.5% of the materials were used, and the success rate was 2.5%. On the third day, 692 elixirs were produced. 7.3% of the materials were used, and the success rate was 2.7%. On the seventh day, 1,343 pills were produced. 50% of the materials were used, and the success rate was 50%. According to the calculation of 2 sets of materials for 1 pill, we finally broke even today and no longer suffered any losses. Then, on the 8th day, the 9th day, and the 10th day, the success rate of our alchemy increased greatly. Basically, it stabilized at more than 60%, and we finally started to profit. And most importantly, in these 10 days, almost all the alchemists' alchemy skills had increased substantially. Among them, there were 2 alchemists who had broken through the grade boundary and advanced from the early stage to the middle stage of the 2nd stage. Among the first grade alchemists, there were 23 people who had broken through the boundary. Another thing worth mentioning was that among the 150 apprentice alchemists, almost 70 of them had successfully broken through from apprentice alchemists to early grade first grade alchemists. As time passes, I believe that more and more people will break through. Ma Jun looked at Ziyue with reverence. His heart was filled with excitement. In fact, during this period of time, he had been in this state of excitement almost every day. Every day, he saw the improvement of his fellow disciples' alchemy skills. Every day, there would be alchemists who broke through the boundary, advancing from the early stage of the 1st stage to the middle stage of the 1st stage, from the middle stage of the 1st stage to the advanced stage of the 1st stage, and from the early stage of the 2nd stage to the middle stage of the 2nd stage. Even he himself could clearly feel the improvement in his alchemy skills. He estimated that it wouldn't be long before he broke through and advanced from the middle stage of the 2nd stage to the advanced stage of the 2nd stage. This kind of feeling was really like being in a dream, making him feel unreal. But all of this was reality. It was reality that was happening right in front of his eyes. And all of this originated from his master, and from the Kunlun pill manual that his master had created. When he thought of this, he was filled with respect and admiration for Ziyue. This was a true alchemy master. Compared to him, Home Master Dan Chen's alchemy skills were a notch higher, but in terms of alchemy theory and guidance, there was a huge gap. Oh, Ziyue nodded calmly. This was something that he had expected. With the help of his Kunlun pill manual, and with the accumulation of alchemy skills that they had accumulated over tens or even hundreds of years, as long as they practiced and understood step by step, it would be like being enlightened, and it would be a huge improvement. In fact, this was also a process of accumulating strength. After their previous accumulation was used up, it wouldn't be so easy for them to maintain this speed of improvement and break through the boundary of the alchemy grades. Although it would still be many times faster than before, the calmer Ziyue was, the more respect Ma Jun had for him. After thinking for a while, he hurriedly said, "During this period of time, too many of our fellow disciples have improved their alchemy skills and broken through the boundary of the alchemy grades. Everyone can't wait to return to the Grand Hall of the Elixir Treasure Palace to participate in the alchemy assessment and officially confirm their status, so that they can enjoy a higher level of treatment. So, do you think you can let them?" "Sure, you can make the decision for such a small matter." Ziyue waved his hand, naturally understanding their thoughts. Not returning to one's hometown after gaining riches was like walking in the night. They belonged to the group that wasn't valued at the Grand Hall of the Elixir Treasure Palace. Their potential was limited, and many people even looked down on them. Now that they had improved so much, they naturally wanted to go back and show off. Compared to that, the assessment was a small matter. After all, the treatment in the Fiery Spirit Peak was based on their alchemy skills. However, this was a good thing for Ziyue. With so many in-name disciples improving their alchemy skills, his merit points would definitely increase by a large amount. He welcomed and looked forward to this kind of additional benefit. He wanted to exchange for the remaining cultivation techniques in the merit hall to prepare for his next breakthrough, but he needed a large amount of merit points. Grand Hall of the Elixir Treasure Palace. This was the busiest place in the Grand Hall of the Elixir Treasure Palace. The handing over of missions, the assessment of alchemy skills, the collection of materials, the exchange of merit points, all of these were carried out here. Chun Fan, weren't you chosen by Elder Bai as an in-name disciple? Why are you back? Could it be that you were also chased out? In the hall, a tall and thin youth suddenly walked over with a surprised face. Senior Brother Huang. Chun Fan recognized him and responded. Then, he asked curiously, "You said you were chased out. What's that about? Who was chased out? As for me, I just need to come over for something." Weren't Senior Brother Zhang He and the others selected to enter Elder Elixir Lord's Bisha Peak? However, they were chased out 3 days ago. Apart from Senior Brother Zhang He, Senior Brother Gong, Senior Brother Zhao, and Senior Brother Han were all chased out. The tall and thin youth gloated and explained himself. He lowered his voice and said, "I heard that Elder Elixir Lord recruited Senior Brother Zhang and the others to make things difficult for Elder Bai. He purposely transferred this batch of decent alchemists away, so he left us, who are relatively less talented, for Elder Bai to choose. Elder Bai didn't pick you guys, so Elder Elixir Lord chased Senior Brother Zhang and the others back. Hee. I've seen them with a sour face these days. However, there's nothing they can do. Elder Elixir Lord is the next candidate for the Hall Master, so they don't dare to say anything." As he spoke, he looked at Chun Fan with a pair of small eyes and a hint of envy. Back then, he had also stood with Chun Fan to accept Elder Bai's selection. In the end, he was clearly a mid-level alchemist, but he didn't choose Chun Fan, who had just become a beginner-level alchemist, which made him feel a little disappointed and helpless. "I see." Chun Fan suddenly understood. Although he already knew that Zhang He and the others were temporarily recruited to Bisha Peak, he was still a little surprised that they were chased out so quickly. However, he also felt a little relieved. If not, how could he have the chance to be selected and become his master's in-name disciple? By the way, what are you doing here? Following Elder Bai, you shouldn't have to come here specifically to accept tasks. Then, Senior Brother Huang asked again. "Oh, I'm here to take the alchemy assessment." Chun Fan smiled and pretended to be calm as he said, "Alchemy assessment? Alchemy assessment? Didn't you just pass the beginner-level alchemist assessment?" Senior Brother Huang nodded in realization, then immediately reacted and looked at Chun Fan with his eyes wide open. "Not long ago, I was lucky to have a breakthrough. I should be a mid-level alchemist now." Chun Fan said casually, "How is that possible? It's only been half a month since you passed the beginner-level alchemist assessment. How could you have improved so quickly?" Senior Brother Huang was shocked, and his face was full of disbelief. This time, not only me, but almost half of the 210 people in Fiery Spirit Peak will be participating in the assessment. In the next few days, there will be a large group of people coming over. Compared to some of the senior brothers, my improvement is nothing. Chun Fan seemed a little humble, as if he was ashamed of his inferiority. However, Senior Brother Huang looked at his expression and his face twitched a few times. He was so angry that he wanted to hit him. After half an hour, Senior Brother Huang looked at Chun Fan, who was about to participate in the alchemy assessment in a daze. His face was full of complex emotions. Who would have thought that Zhang He and the others, who thought that they had become phoenixes, would be beaten down the cliff in the blink of an eye? Chun Fan, who he looked down on, was the one who really soared to the sky. Not only did he become Elder Bai's in-name disciple, but he also improved tremendously in a short time. In the future, he might even surpass him. What kind of peerless scripture is the Kunlun Pill Codex? At this moment, Senior Brother Huang was not the only one who had this question. Countless alchemists who knew about the changes in the disciples of Fiery Spirit Peak were shocked beyond words. Chapter 477. Rumble. With a loud bang, a sealed door suddenly opened. Then, a burly old man with white hair strode out. "Master, you're out of seclusion." "Greetings, Master. Did you succeed in refining the elixir this time?" The two cultivators who had been guarding the door in the robes of Grade 2 Elixir Refinement Masters shuddered and hurried over to greet him respectfully. Although there were some hiccups in the middle, I finally succeeded in refining the elixir. My seclusion for almost 100 days was not in vain. Lord Red Dust was in a good mood and was not stingy with his words. Then he asked casually, "Did anything happen in the Treasure Pill Hall while I was in seclusion?" Some time ago, Elder Red Dust went out. I heard that he caused a commotion at the Qingshu summit and was chased back. He was only released after paying a large sum of spirit stones. Also, a grade 3 elixir refinement master appeared during the Qingshu summit this time. He joined our Qingshu sect and became an elder of the Treasure Pill Hall. He seems to have chosen the fiery spirit peak as his encampment. The two of them hurriedly explained in detail. A grade 3 elixir refinement master? Who is it? Tao Lord Red Dust was slightly stunned, and his curiosity was piqued. It said that his name is Ziyue, and his Taoist name is Kunlun. He's an itinerant cultivator and was recommended to join the sect by perfected rich water of the field hall. It said that the Coffin Hall Master also spoke up. When he joined the sect, even the sect master and hall master Jiwu of the Internal Affairs Hall were alerted and received him personally. One of them said, "A grade 3 elixir refinement master is no weaker than a golden core perfected cultivator. It's reasonable for the sect master and hall master Jiwu to come forward. Actually, as the hall master of the Treasure Pill Hall, I should have come forward. However, I was delayed this time because of the elixir refinement." Perfected Lord Red Dust explained slightly. However, he was also curious and wanted to meet this new grade 3 elixir refinement master. Unknowingly, he quickened his pace and quickly walked out of the only 4th grade alchemy room in the Pill Treasure Hall. Then, he heard a burst of noise and couldn't help but be startled. He couldn't help but use his divine sense to investigate. What's going on today? Why are there so many people participating in the alchemy assessment? In just an instant, a look of curiosity appeared on his face as he asked. The two of them looked at each other. Thankfully, at that moment, a sharp-eyed steward caught sight of Tao, Lord Red Dust, and the others and hurried forward respectfully, bowing. "Greetings, Hall Master. Greetings, Elixir Masters Yuan and Gua. What's going on ahead?" Apothecary Yuan hurriedly asked. This time, the Fiery Spirit Peak disciples will be participating in the assessment. A total of 107 disciples came together today, which is why it's so noisy. The steward hurriedly explained. Fire Spirit Peak? The Fire Spirit Peak where the new Kunlun elders reside? Dalord Pilldust asked in shock. That's right, this elder Kunlun is indeed worthy of being a high-grade 3 alchemist, a genius. A single copy of the Kunlun Pill Manual was able to allow over 100 alchemists to break through the level limit in a short period of time. As he spoke, he suddenly realized that his words seemed to be belittling Hall Master Danshun. He hurriedly looked carefully at the other. Was the Kunlun Pill Cannon created by Elder Kunlun? Its effects are so strong. Dalord Pilldust was shocked. After probing with his spirit consciousness, he quickly understood what was going on. He was stunned, both happy and sad. As the Hall Master of the Treasure Pill Hall, Dalord Pilldust was naturally very concerned about the development of the Treasure Pill Hall. However, although his talent in alchemy was extraordinary, he usually only knew how to refine pills. He was extremely unskilled in teaching disciples and expanding the Treasure Pill Hall. He had been in charge of the Treasure Pill Hall for hundreds of years, but now there were almost no grade 3 alchemists left. For many days and nights, he sighed deeply, but there was nothing he could do. Knowing that he did not have much time left, he could only choose the shortest one and choose Perfected Pill Lord, who was the strongest among the grade 3 alchemists, to be the next Hall Master. When he came out of seclusion, he was already very surprised to hear that a new high-grade 3 alchemist had joined the Treasure Pill Hall. Now, seeing that the Fiery Spirit Peak that the other party resided in had achieved remarkable results in a short period of time, allowing over 100 alchemists to break through the level and increase their alchemy skills, the excitement in his heart was indescribable. It was created by Elder Kunlun, the steward said with certainty. "Quick, invite Elder Kunlun. I want to see him." "Wait, I'll go there personally," Dalord Pilldust said, becoming even more impatient. He hurriedly turned into a shadow and rushed towards the Fiery Spirit Peak. Fiery Spirit Peak, Fiery Spirit Hall. Ziyue had just finished refining pills when his chief in-name disciple, Ma Jun, came up to him and said respectfully, "Master, Elder Pill Lord and his disciples are outside. They are requesting to see you." I saw that you were refining pills and did not dare to stop them, so I asked them to wait in the hall first. Elder Pill Lord? Zuf frowned. He had heard of perfected Pill Lord for a long time and had even interacted with him at the Qingshu summit. Moreover, he did not forget that the other party had secretly attacked him when he was selecting in-name disciples not long ago. What did the other party want now that he was here? Bai Ziwei did not ask in detail and directly stepped into the hall. Immediately, he saw a middle-aged Taoist in a red robe who had a mustache above his mouth. He was leisurely sipping medicinal tea. Behind him, a young man and a young woman each held a fan that was like a screen and gently waved it. They slowly blew it, instantly causing the middle-aged Taoist to have an additional aura of nobility. You must be Elder Elixir Monarch, right? May I know what brings you here? Bai Ziwei raised his eyes slightly and asked as he sat down directly opposite him. Mahjong followed closely behind and served the elixir tea. This elixir tea was a special spiritual item that was refined with several types of spirit tea leaves and some natural fragrant materials. When soaked in the tea, not only could it clear one's mind and soul, it also had a certain nourishing effect. As the next hall master of Pill Lord, I should have come to see Elder by long ago. However, I happened to be busy refining pills and couldn't get away, so I was delayed. As soon as I finished concocting the pills, I rushed over. However, I came a little late. Please forgive me, Elder Bai. Taoist Master Danjun stood up with an apologetic look on his face as he spoke. As an alchemist, our pills are more important than the sky. Even if the sky falls, it won't affect our refining. Don't worry, Elder Pill Lord. Ziyue's expression did not change. He only looked at the other party. He wanted to see what Taoist Elixir Lord was up to this time. Actually, other than wanting to formally get to know Elder Bai, I also hope to have a further cooperation with Elder Bai. Perfected Pill Lord said. Cooperation? Yes, cooperation. Elder Bai, you may not know that Pill Lord Palace is mainly focused on refining pills, but it actually includes 7 herb gardens. Although many of the materials needed for refining pills are transported from all over the sect, most of them are actually taken from the 7 herb gardens. Of the 7 herb gardens, 3 are publicly owned by Pill Lord Palace, 2 belong to Hall Master Danshun, and the remaining 2 belong to me. Because I am the next Hall Master of Pill Lord Palace, I am the only one who can use the 3 public herb gardens apart from Hall Master Danshun. In other words, I have control over most of the materials in Pill Lord Palace. If Elder Bai is willing to cooperate, many of the precious spiritual materials in the herb garden will be available to you. Taoist Danjun looked at Bai Ziwei and said with a smile. In fact, apart from the herb gardens in Pill Lord Palace, most of the spiritual materials transported from the outside world are transported from the Internal Affairs Hall and the Field Hall. As for the spiritual materials in the Internal Affairs Hall, most of them came from the cultivation families of the Wang and Yang families. I am a son of House Wang's head and master's first disciple, Wang Jingchen. By the way, this is my junior sister, Yang Shiner, from the Yang family. She is the daughter of the head of the Yang family. Wang Jingchen took a step forward and said with a smile, "Don't be rude." Perfected Pill Lord snorted. "Yes," Wang Jingchen replied respectfully. "Of course, we can discuss cooperation. I just don't know what price I'll have to pay." Ziyue's eyes flashed as he asked softly. Previously, he had indeed heard Dong Fongming mention the 7 herb gardens in the Elixir Palace. However, he did not know the relationship between the 7 herb gardens. Now it seemed that the herb gardens were related to Perfected Pill Lord. In addition to the Wang and Yang families that his 2 disciples belonged to, he had control over most of the materials in Pill Lord Palace. The biggest shackle for him to refine pills was the source of the materials. There were many 1st and 2nd grade spiritual materials in Pill Lord Palace, but 3rd grade spiritual materials and above were very rare. He often had to wait for a while to gather the materials for a 3rd grade spiritual pill. This was even after he had used the materials he had collected from the 100,000 mountains. This was very disadvantageous for him to earn spirit stones to supplement his cultivation. Elder Bai's achievements in the Tao of Alchemy, this old Taoist admires you greatly. especially when I heard that the elixir book you created has amazing effects and can significantly increase the strength of alchemists. Therefore, I want to know more about it. Therefore, one of my conditions is the Kunlun pill canon that you created. Secondly, the spiritual pills refined in Fiery Spirit Peak cannot be sold privately or sold in Pillord Palace. They must be handled by Bisha Peak. When the time comes, I will send someone to supervise and coordinate. This way, Elderby can put down your thoughts and focus on refining pills. This is a good thing. As for the last condition, it is the simplest. You just have to announce that I, Pill Lord, will be the head of Pillord Palace. Perfected Pill Lord thought for a while, and then said with a smile. Chapter 478. Is Immortal Danjun going to gain something without risking anything? Ziyu suddenly laughed and said sarcastically. He didn't care about the Kunlun elixir ceremony. When he created the elixir ceremony, he expected that countless alchemists would be interested in it. If he could exchange it for some benefits, he wouldn't be stingy about it. This could be seen from the fact that he was willing to provide it to many of his disciples for free. However, whether it was handing over the elixirs produced by Huoling Peak to Baixia Peak, or announcing to the public that Immortal Danjun was the leader, it was equivalent to handing over everything to Immortal Danjun. Of course, he wouldn't agree. I'll give you what you want, and you give me what I want. This is cooperation. Elder Bai, you can refuse, but don't insult my sincerity. Immortal Danjun said slowly, I don't need such sincerity. Ziyue shook his head and refused directly. Elder Bai, you really don't want to think about it? Have you thought about the consequences of this refusal? Taoist Elixir Lord's voice abruptly deepened, his tone filled with threat. Ma Jun, see him out. Ziyue's expression remained unchanged, and he shouted in a low voice. Ma Jun's body trembled. The confrontation between two third-grade alchemists, especially when both of them were divine realm experts, gave him too much pressure. He had to bite the bullet and take a step forward. Don't be hasty. Immortal Danjuan's eyes made Ma Jun's body immediately stiffen. Then he looked at Ziyue and said, I've heard that Elder Bai's alchemy skills are extremely brilliant, and your alchemy skills have reached the high third grade. But seeing is believing. How can I know Elder Bai's alchemy skills if I don't see it for myself? Alchemy skills aren't easy to watch, but flame control is the ultimate skill of us alchemists. I'll use 5 true fires to change the power according to my will. If Elder Bai can withstand them without letting the flames scatter, I'll admit that your alchemy skills are at the high third grade. What do you think? Without waiting for Bai Ziyue's response, Taoist Dan Lord immediately made his move. He leaned to one side and opened his 5 hands slightly. Instantly, 5 purple flames turned into 5 fire dragons, bearing their fangs and claws at Bai Ziyue. Elder Danjun, I don't need to admit my alchemy skills, but since you want to humiliate yourself, I'll help you. Bai Ziyue sneered. With a shift of his mind, the same 5-colored flame transformed into a flaming dragon and rushed towards Immortal Pillord's purple flame. In the blink of an eye, the 2 flames collided, but it seemed to be silent. No matter how tyrannical and unpredictable Taoist Danjuan's true fire was, Bai Ziyue's 5-colored flame was able to withstand it. Not only did it not scatter, but the surroundings were still quiet even after Taoist Danjuan's true fire was completely extinguished. This only proved one thing. Ziyue's control of flames was far better than Immortal Danjuan's. They weren't on the same level at all. As the saying goes, it's impolite not to reciprocate. Then let me see how good Elder Danjuan's flame control is. Ziyue raised his eyes and looked at Immortal Danjun indifferently. He waved his hand, and a 5-colored flame rushed out at an extremely fast speed. Immortal Danjuan's expression changed, and he hurriedly controlled a ball of flame to fly out. However, as soon as the 2 flames touched, with a loud rumble, Taoist Elixir Lord's true fire was blown away in an instant and scattered in all directions like raindrops. Scatter! Seeing this, Bai Ziyue's expression did not change. The 5-color primordial fire also spread out in an instant and quickly caught up with the balls of purple primordial fire. Before the balls of purple primordial fire landed on the ground, they were eliminated first. Then, like spiritual balls, they completely dissipated and did not cause any damage to the scene at all. Good. Mahjun roared with excitement in his heart. Fire controlling technique. This was the true fire controlling technique. In the past, he had always been extremely confident in his fire control skills. Back then, Bai Ziyue had evaluated his fire control ability as only 70% out of 100, and he was still somewhat unconvinced. However, after witnessing Bai Ziyue's flame control technique at its peak, he finally understood what flame control technique was. Compared to him, he was too far behind. Such flame control had even surpassed the 100% limit that Ziyue said. Not only had he completely mastered it, but he had also reached another level. Immortal Danjuan's face instantly became gloomy. Mahjun's roar was like a slap to his face. It was extremely painful, asking for humiliation. Immortal Danjun was sullen, but his eyes were extremely cold. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go." As he walked, his face was even more twisted and twitching. Very good. The 1,000-year ice heart fire is indeed in his hands. The real reason why he proposed a flame control competition was actually to confirm whether the person who competed with him for the 1,000-year ice heart fire was Ziyue. As for losing so miserably in the official competition, it was something that he had never expected. At this time, seeing the spiritual fire of his opponent, although it had been completely integrated into the true fire, he naturally couldn't be wrong about the unique aura of the 1,000-year ice heart fire. Therefore, at this moment, new and old hatred really surged up in his heart. He, Immortal Danjun, was never a person who would open his mouth. However, he knew that he had made a fool of himself, and that fiery spirit peak was Ziyue's territory. He couldn't gain any advantage, so he could only leave with his tail between his legs. But in his heart, he bore a grudge. Wang Jingchen and Yang Shiner hurried to follow, their faces gloomy and dark. Master, what should we do next? After all, Immortal Danjun is the next palace lord of Pill Treasure Hall. Plus, he has control over spiritual materials. Offending him will not be easy in the future. After Mahjun's initial excitement, he quickly became worried and sick at heart. As the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. If there was no supply of spiritual materials, their fiery spirit peak's alchemy would be bound to have difficulties. Don't worry, I have a solution. Ziyue waved his hand. If the spiritual materials were all in Immortal Danjuan's hands, he would indeed be helpless. However, not to mention the Pill Treasure Hall and the Herb Garden controlled by Hall Master Danshun, he also had ways to obtain spiritual materials from the Internal Affairs Hall and the Field Hall of the sect. Especially in the Field Hall, he had a certain degree of friendship with the Field Hall's elder, perfected Fu Shui. Not to mention, he also had the identity talisman of the Field Hall's Hall Master, perfected Lord Lingcoffin. Once he used it, at least in the Field Hall, it would be like an imperial edict. At this moment, a young disciple rushed over, as if he was flying, shouting, "Master Dan! Palace Lord Danshun! Palace Lord Danshun is here. He's rushing over from the foot of the mountain. It's going to be lively today." Ziyue was slightly taken aback, then hurriedly said, "Invite him in." Junior Ziyue pays his respects to Palace Lord Danshun. Ziyue looked at the white-haired elder in front of him and bowed respectfully. Whether in terms of immortal arts or alchemy, Dao Lord Danshun was far superior to him, so he didn't dare to underestimate him. There's no need to be so polite. Perfected Lord Danshun pulled Ziyue up with a friendly expression and sized him up. He said with a smile, "When I came out of seclusion, I heard that there's an advanced grade 3 elixir refinement master in our elixir treasure hall. I was overjoyed and wanted to find a time to meet you. Then, I heard that you caused a huge commotion in Fiery Spirit Peak, where you just moved in. In a short period of time, you made hundreds of elixir refinement masters who had been stuck for decades break through the limits of their grades and improve. So, I hurried over. Now that I've met you, you're indeed extraordinary. I'm really happy." "You're too kind, Palace Lord," Ziyue said humbly. "No, I'm still being too kind. Perfected Lord Dan, Chin shook his head and looked at Ziyue with admiration. He said, I, Dan Chun, have the strength of an early-stage Grade 4 Elixir Refinement Master. However, I have no achievements in teaching and imparting skills. After 230 years of being in charge of the Clear Void Sect's Elixir Treasure Hall, talents have withered. The number of Grade 3 Elixir Refinement Masters has decreased from more than 20 at its peak to only 3 or 4 now. I thought that in the remaining decades, I would have to face the many seniors of the Elixir Treasure Hall and my master, who passed the position of Palace Lord to me, with regret. I didn't expect that the heavens would not let the Elixir Treasure Hall go. The addition of Elder Bai immediately gave me hope. Perhaps the Elixir Treasure Hall can really walk out of its decline and rise again because of Elder Bai. Perfected Lord Dan Chun felt very guilty about the decline of the Elixir Treasure Hall. Especially now that his lifespan was nearing its end, he felt even more terrified every time he thought about how his master passed the position of Palace Lord to him. That was why he spent a lot of effort to nurture low-level Elixir Refinement Masters and increase the merit points reward. He also recruited more Elixir Refinement Masters from the outside world. Although the effect was there, the number of Grade 1 and Grade 2 Elixir Refinement Masters increased greatly. However, Elixir Refinement Masters above Grade 3 were still rare. Until Ziyue appeared. The effect of the Kunlun Pill manual shocked him. That was why he couldn't wait to rush over. I'm just doing my best. I really can't accept such praise from Palace Lord. Ziyue shook his head and said, I only believe in facts. So this time, apart from officially getting to know Elder Bai, I have a presumptuous request that I hope Elder Bai can agree to. Perfected Lord Dan Chun was also a straightforward person. His expression quickly became serious, and he said, Please speak. Ziyue's eyes flashed. Naturally, he had some guesses. I would like to ask Elder Bai to give me the Kunlun Pill manual that you created. Of course, in exchange, I'm also willing to give you the 9 Shi to 1 Elixir Refinement method that I accidentally obtained. This is an Elixir Refinement method that can help a beginner Grade 5 Elixir Refinement Master. It's considered a top inheritance in the entire Firmament territory. Perfected Lord Dan Chun hurriedly said. Chapter 479. I can agree to the exchange. However, I have a condition as well. Ziyue has said directly, his Kunlun Pill manual might not be a rare treasure, but it was an invaluable manual for countless low-level pill refinement masters. Naturally, it was an extremely precious item. However, it was far inferior to the 9 Shi to 1 pill refinement technique that could help beginner grade 5 pill refinement masters. That was a true top-notch inheritance and a skill. It was something that countless pill refinement masters, especially high-grade pill refinement masters, dreamed of. His Kunlun Pill manual was at most a skill and was only effective for low-level pill refinement masters. Given Dao Lord Red Dust's strength as a beginner grade 4 pill refinement master, the Kunlun Pill manual was not very useful. He was not doing it for himself, but for the numerous low-level pill refinement masters in the Treasure Pill Hall. Ziyue was actually quite impressed with that and naturally would not reject it. However, the necessary conditions had to be met as well. He did not want his hard-earned creation to benefit his enemies in the end. What conditions? Dao Lord Red Dust asked hurriedly. The Kunlun Pill manual will be sealed for half a year. At least for this half a year, only the Hall Master can read it and no one else can. I need to fight for half a year's advantage for the disciples of my Fire Spirit Peak. Ziyue pondered for a moment and said, Half a year? Sure. Perfected Lord Red Dust was stunned, but he agreed quickly. For immortal cultivators, half a year was not a long time. Furthermore, Ziyue's request was human nature. Immortal cultivators had their own selfish motives too, and there was nothing to criticize. He was rather happy with Ziyue's decision because it meant that the other party had already acknowledged his identity as an elder of Clear Void Sect Treasure Pill Hall and started to fight for the benefits of his disciples. This added a sense of belonging and connection. If he took in an official disciple, or even a personal disciple, he might be able to integrate completely At that thought, he was also considering if he should pick out a few young and outstanding geniuses for Ziyue to choose from. Also, it's my own selfish motives. For a rogue alchemist like me, the greatest uneasiness comes from the lack of materials. Therefore, I hope that the Hall Master can open the herb garden for me to choose the spiritual materials to refine pills. Of course, all the expenses can be calculated according to the usual. Ziyue added, Elder Bai, you don't have to worry about that. Our Qing Su sect doesn't lack spiritual materials. However, Elder Bai's experience is different, so it's normal for you to be worried. This is my identity jade talisman. Even if I occasionally go into seclusion to refine pills, you can use this identity jade talisman to find a manager of the herb garden and collect the required spiritual materials. True Monarch read, Dust could not help but laugh. With a flip of his hand, he handed over his identity jade talisman. Thank you, Hall Master. Ziyue also smiled and quickly handed over a jade scroll containing the complete Kunlun pill manual. Then, he received a light purple jade scroll. 9 Qi converged to 1 pill refining method. Ziyue quietly retracted his spiritual will from the purple jade scroll as a bright light flashed in his eyes. The entire 9 Qi converge to 1 pill refining method was very long. If it were to be counted in words, it would be at least 100 million. Not only did it include the methods of refining pills, the principles of refining pills, the art of controlling fire, the ratio of materials, and many other knowledge related to refining pills. The most important core was the 9 Qi converge to 1 pill refining method, an alchemy technique that could steal the fortune of heaven and earth. The alchemy technique recorded in the 9 Qi converge to 1 pill refining method uses the medicinal properties of spiritual materials as qi. According to the characteristics of each material, the qi is extracted from it. Then, a special alchemy technique is used to combine these qi into one and condense them into a pill. Although the specific alchemy technique is not limited to this, it has to be said that the impurities in the spirit pills refined with this alchemy technique are naturally much less than those refined with ordinary alchemy techniques. Not only will the success rate of refining pills be greatly increased, but the quality of the pills will also be pleasantly surprised. Furthermore, if one can understand the characteristics of these qi, the chances of creating a spirit pill formula will also be greatly increased. Ziyue felt a surge of excitement in his heart. This jade map eyes was indeed a top inheritance that could directly lead one to the beginner 5th grade alchemist. It would be of great help to his alchemy path. However, it is precisely because of this amazing alchemy technique that it is more difficult to learn. Not only is there a lot of information in the jade map eyes, but it is also because some of the alchemy theories, techniques, and other alchemy aspects of the inheritance will take a lot of time just to understand them properly. Ziyue frowned slightly. As a God Realm cultivator, his divine thought was powerful and could process a large amount of information in a short time. However, an inheritance that could directly lead one to the beginner 5th grade alchemist covered all aspects of alchemy. There were some profound aspects that he could not understand, even though he was already an advanced 3rd grade alchemist. This was also the reason why perfected cultivator Danshun was only a beginner 4th grade alchemist, even though he had been in possession of this inheritance for hundreds of years. Fortunately, I'm not completely out of ideas. Ziyue felt relieved, and his eyes fell on the attribute panel. Consume 100,000 soul energy to exchange for 10 minutes of enlightenment. Exchange. Ziyue chose to exchange without hesitation. In an instant, a lot of information about the 9 Qis to 1 alchemy technique flashed through his mind. The originally profound and incomprehensible mysteries under the effect of the enlightenment time seemed to have the help of the gods. Soon, he had guessed and understood, and then solved it quickly. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. In a trance, Ziyue woke up from the enlightenment time. I have finally sorted out the 9 Qis to 1 alchemy technique in detail. At least I have a relatively clear understanding of this alchemy inheritance. Now, the only thing I'm lacking is formal practice. The so-called alchemy does not need to be understood, practiced, or refined. It is extremely difficult to truly learn it by looking and thinking. However, the 10 minutes of enlightenment time has allowed me to improve the 9 Qis to 1 alchemy technique to 25% of the uninitiated level. Although the enlightenment time was amazing, it could only reduce a lot of his research time at most. It had a miraculous effect on some knowledge, such as reading comprehension, integration of knowledge, analysis of creation, and so on. However, it was naturally difficult to fully grasp some of the specific problems in the alchemy process. At this time, he needed to do it himself and use the alchemy techniques of the 9 Qis to 1 alchemy technique to refine elixirs. Only then could he truly discover the problems and improve, and then take the opportunity to learn it. Then, without hesitation, he began to refine the elixirs. In the beginning, the elixir he chose to refine was of an extremely low grade. It was only a first-grade elixir, the energy accumulation elixir. He did not dare to be careless. He directly found an alchemy furnace, stretched out his hand, and a 5-colored flame fell into the alchemy furnace. With his ability to control flames, he was naturally able to control them as he wished. He was able to control the temperature of the flames according to his needs. Then he placed the spiritual ingredients in one by one and used the alchemy technique of the 9 Qis to 1 alchemy technique to extract the medicinal qi and used it to collide with another type of medicinal qi boom. The medicinal qi dissipated and was immediately burned to ashes by the flame. I failed. Ziyue was expressionless. After pondering for a while, he knew where his problem was. Unsurprisingly, a stream of water rushed out, cleaned the alchemy furnace, and restarted the alchemy furnace. Once, twice, thrice, after the 3rd time, he finally formed the elixir. However, the impurities had reached more than 40%. Obviously, it was still a failure. However, he would not be discouraged by this setback. He began to refine the elixir again. The quality of the elixir immediately increased. 35%, 30%, 25%. It was only the 8th time, but the quality of the elixir he refined was already within 5%. At this time, the energy accumulation elixir was considered a first-grade superclass elixir. He took the opportunity to look at his attribute panel. 9 Qis to 1 alchemy technique. Uninitiated 49%. Ziyue began to refine the elixir again. This time, he changed to another type of elixir and began to refine it. The first-grade elixir was the Yang opening elixir, and the first-grade elixir was the blood spirit elixir. Then he upgraded it to the second-grade elixir, the vitality enhancement elixir, and the second-grade elixir, the fortune source elixir. With this, his understanding of the 9 Qis to 1 alchemy technique gradually deepened. As he became more familiar with it, he could grasp the trend of the changes in the medicinal qi more easily. His cultivation progress also increased bit by bit. Uninitiated 55%, uninitiated 60%, uninitiated 65%. In just a day's time, his alchemy skill had been raised to 95% of the uninitiated level. To improve to 95% of the uninitiated level in one day, this progress is not slow. However, a large part of the reason for this was because I was originally a 3rd-grade alchemist. Even if this alchemy technique is extremely profound, with such a foundation, it is naturally not difficult to improve it and cultivate to the uninitiated level. Ziyue was well aware of this. Coincidentally, he had used up all the materials around him, so he directly walked out of the alchemy room. "Master, you're out." As soon as he opened the door of the alchemy room, a figure hurriedly greeted him. It was Ma Jun. At this time, the alchemist certificate on the Taoist robe he was wearing had changed. He had improved from an intermediate 2nd-grade alchemist to an advanced 2nd-grade alchemist. However, there was no joy on Ma Jun's face. Instead, it was filled with anxiety. "What's the matter?" Ziyue asked in a deep voice. Seeing his master, the fear and nervousness in Ma Jun's heart seemed to disappear. He breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly said, "During this period of time, everyone's alchemy skills have increased greatly. Correspondingly, the speed of refining pills and the success rate of refining pills have greatly increased. Seeing that the previous batch of tasks was about to be completed, I took the opportunity to rush to the pill treasure hall to accept the tasks. It's also my fault. After being flattered by Steward Wong, I accepted twice the amount of the previous task. I thought that although the 1-month deadline was short, if everyone worked hard enough, they would definitely be able to complete the task in 20 days. Moreover, because of Elder Danjun's threat, it's not like I didn't think about the limited materials. I deliberately asked Steward Wong, and he repeatedly assured me that there would be no shortage. In addition, I saw that the Pill Treasure Hall's usual practice was to provide the required amount of spirit pills for the mission. That's why I accepted the mission. In the end, when I found the spiritual material warehouse after accepting the task, the steward of the spiritual material warehouse told me that there were not enough materials. Then I went to find Steward Wong, but he was nowhere to be found. Master, it's all my fault. I was careless and fell into someone else's trap. I'm sorry. Please punish me. Ma Jun said sorrowfully. Chapter 480. I already know about this. It doesn't matter, and I can't blame you. Ziyue waved his hand. He knew his in-name disciple well. He had grown up in the sect and had never stepped out of the Qingshu sect. He had stayed in the Elixir Treasure Hall for 150 years. Although his talent was ordinary, he was obsessed with alchemy. He was an alchemy fanatic and an honest person. Given his intelligence, it would be hard for him to guard against someone who was scheming against him. Moreover, since perfected Elixir Lord had already sealed off Fiery Spirit Peak supply of materials, it didn't matter whether Ma Jun accepted the task or not. At the end of the day, he had to solve the problem of the source of the spirit materials. Otherwise, it would be a huge blow to his reputation if he stopped the alchemy at Fiery Spirit Peak right after it started. Fortunately, I already had a plan. Otherwise, I would be in a mess. With that thought, Ziyue flipped his hand, and a spirit talisman appeared in his hand. This is Hall Master Dan Chen's identity talisman. Take it to the Urguard manager and tell him if you need anything. I believe no one will dare to stop you. Hall Master Dan Chen's identity talisman? Ma Jun's eyes widened. Although he knew about Hall Master Dan Chen's visit, he didn't expect that he would give his master an identity talisman. With this identity talisman, it wouldn't be difficult to get grade 3 spirit materials, let alone grade 1 and grade 2 spirit materials. If it's not enough, this is the identity talisman of Hall Master Ling Nai of the Field Hall. You can ask someone in the Field Hall about the spirit materials. I believe someone will deliver the spirit materials you need soon. Bai Ziyue pondered for a moment. With a thought, another identity talisman appeared in his hand. It was the one given to him by perfected cultivator Ling Coffin in Blood Mountain City. This, with these two identity talismans, Elder Elixir Lord's words of sealing off Fiery Spirit Peak, are just a joke. Ma Jun was overjoyed. He respected and admired Ziyue even more. He truly had not expected that his master would gain the favor of 2 golden core perfected lords without anyone noticing. Disciple Chun fan greets master and senior brother Ma Jun. At this moment, a slightly dark and thin young man walked over hesitantly and bowed respectfully. What is it? Ziyue asked casually. Yesterday, we went to the Dan Treasure Hall to participate in the exam. On the way back, I saw 3 junior brothers who had just broken through from apprentice alchemist to beginner grade 1 alchemist being stopped by someone. Then, they left with that person not long after. Originally, I didn't think too much about it, but when I was refining pills today, I saw that the 3 junior brothers didn't come back. I felt that it was a little strange, so I decided to come and report it. After a moment of hesitation, Chun Fan said hurriedly, "Do you know who that person is?" Ma Jun hurriedly asked. He had just experienced being schemed against, so he was extremely sensitive. At the same time, he didn't care about the disgust of the other junior brothers and directly spread out his divine sense. His body shook quickly, and he said with a pale face, "Indeed, junior brothers Fong Han, Lin Xian, and Zhao Wu didn't come back. Ziyue also spread out his divine sense immediately, but it scanned the entire Hualing Peak and didn't find any trace of the three unnamed disciples. It's the Dan Treasure Hall, Deacon Hong Yifeng. He joined the Dan Treasure Hall at the same time as me. He's actually quite talented in alchemy, but he's better at currying favor. So, he quickly hooked up with Steward Wang of the Dan Treasure Hall. That's why he's only an apprentice alchemist now. Chun Fan hurriedly replied. Steward Wang, Wang Wei? Ma Zhen's body trembled. Previously, he had been ruthlessly scammed by this Steward Wang. Ziyu also looked up with a glimmer of light in his eyes. If it was just that they didn't come back, one day was nothing. But now that their disappearance was obviously related to Steward Wang, things were definitely not simple. Let's go to the Dan Treasure Hall, Ziyue said as he grabbed Ma Zhen and Chun Fan. They quickly turned into shadows and rushed toward the Dan Treasure Hall. When they arrived at the Dan Treasure Hall, Ziyue didn't hesitate at all. His divine sense spread out, and he instantly used the big hole observation technique. In an instant, other than the area inside the Dan Treasure Hall that was blocked by the array, everything within dozens of miles was within his detection. Ma Zhen also quickly rushed into the Dan Treasure Hall. But soon, he rushed out of the Dan Treasure Hall and shook his head. Wang Wei and Hong Yifeng aren't inside. I knew it. Bai Ziyue harumphed. His divine sense floated. Before he drew the outline, an extremely complicated spiritual art was quickly executed. Dharma spell. Backtrack Dark Light. The Backtrack Dark Light was actually a unique Dharma spell of the Xin Dao sect in the ancient Barren region. Back then, in order to collect acupoints, he naturally went to the Xin Dao sect. Although he didn't obtain the divine power, the sect master didn't want to offend him. In addition, the item he gave in exchange was also very precious. Hence, he gave away this Dharma spell that wasn't very powerful but was quite useful. When the Dharma spell was formed, a layer of spiritual light appeared in the void. Immediately after, like flickering lights and passing shadows, scenes quickly appeared in front of his eyes. Freeze! In an instant, an image appeared in front of them. Yes, it's them. Chun Fan didn't have time to be surprised. He looked at the appearance of the four people in the dark light and quickly said, "Follow." Ziyue's expression didn't change, but he sighed in his heart. In the end, he didn't spend time to cultivate it. As a result, the Dharma spell didn't reach the entry level. Hence, not only were the images displayed by the Dharma spell a little blurry, but even the most important sound couldn't be heard. However, being able to see the images was enough for them to determine the direction. The three of them followed the direction of the four people and walked forward. The direction of this path seems to be towards Bixia Peak. Suddenly, Ma Zhen said in surprise. Ziyue didn't answer, but he suddenly quickened his pace. Then, the group of four stepped onto a stone step and disappeared. This is the foot of Bixia Peak. The Dharma spell is blocked by the array. Ma Zhen said with hesitation. Master, what should we do next? Ziyue's face was gloomy. He put his hands behind his back and stepped onto the stone step directly. Ma Zhen and Chun Fan could only follow after seeing this, but they felt a little uneasy. This was the residence of Elder Elixir Lord. Not only was he an elder of the Elixir Palace like their master, but he was also the candidate for the next Palace Master of the Elixir Palace. Although in terms of alchemy skills, Elder Elixir Lord might be far inferior to their master. After all, Elder Elixir Lord had a strong foundation. Not only did he have 2 spiritual herb gardens, but his influence was also spread throughout the entire Elixir Palace. His immortal spells were also not weak, and had already reached the late stage of the God Realm. No matter how they looked at it, their master would be at a disadvantage. Who are you? The group of people went up the mountain and immediately attracted the attention of the 2 gatekeepers. They quickly jumped out and asked. Ziyue did not answer. His eyes were calm, but he did not stop walking. I'm Ma Zhen of the Fire Spirit Peak. This is my master, Ziyue, Elder Bai, and my junior brother, Chun Fan. We took the liberty to visit you today. Ma Zhen braced himself and quickly answered. Elder Bai. The 2 gatekeepers were shocked and looked at each other. Although they saw that Ziyue's expression was a little unfriendly, they did not dare to stop him and let him go up the mountain. After a while, the two of them shuddered and hurriedly activated the communication talismans in their hands. "Steward Wang, is there really no problem this time?" A slightly panicked voice sounded in a spacious courtyard. "Don't worry. Think carefully. Do we force them to do it?" They were the ones who willingly accepted our suggestion to copy the Kunlun pill cannon. They only have themselves to blame for the backlash from the restriction, so they can't blame us. Even if the disciples of the disciplinary hall come and use the God-questioning talisman, we don't have to be afraid. At most, we'll be punished. Moreover, you should know very well who is the one who ordered you and me to do this. Senior brother Wang Jingchen is not only the son of the Wang family patriarch, but also the true disciple of Elder Elixir Monarch. In fact, the Wang family alone is enough to protect you and me. Moreover, the Bishia Peak we're at is Elder Elixir Monarch's residence. Even if Elder Dongfang and Elder Guo come, they would have to inform us in advance. So what are you afraid of? Immediately after, Wang Wei's extremely calm voice sounded. Although that's the case, I still feel a little. Hong Yifeng was still a little worried, but at this moment he heard the sound of the door opening, and then he saw a figure rushing into the courtyard. "Senior brother Jingchen," Wang Wei hurriedly said. "Greetings, Uncle Master Jingchen." Hong Yifeng also hurriedly said as he carefully observed the other party's expression. "Ziyue is here. Make it clean." Wang Jingchen glanced at Wang Wei and ignored Hong Yifeng. He quickly turned and left. Hong Yifeng's heart skipped a beat as uneasiness rose in his heart. He hurriedly looked at Wang Wei and happened to meet the other party's vicious gaze. His expression changed drastically. However, what greeted him was a flying sword and a ball of yellow flame that enveloped his head. He was killed by the flying sword before he could even scream. Then, he was burned into ashes by the flame. After killing Hong Yifeng with a single sword strike, Wang Wei's eyes revealed a trace of anxiousness. He quickly turned into another room, and three young cultivators who were delirious immediately appeared in front of him. Without any hesitation, he attacked again. "Ha! I heard the cries of the red-crowed cranes early in the morning. I knew there would be a joyous occasion. Elder Bai, have you decided to agree to my proposal of cooperation?" Perfected Elixir Monarch walked out quickly and laughed loudly. This time, it might not be a joyous occasion. Ziyue said softly and looked up at him. He raised his voice and said, "It could be a disaster." "Elder Bai, what do you mean? Why did you come to my Bishia Peak to behave atrociously?" Perfected Elixir Monarch's face darkened as he asked sternly. Chapter 481. Three of our junior brothers have gone missing. We tracked them down and found that they had all gone to Bishia Peak. Ma Zhen's heart was already flustered as he hurriedly spoke. "I'm talking to you, Master. Who gave you the right to speak?" Immortal Danjun glared at Ma Zhen, his aura crushing down on him. Ma Zhen's breathing became heavy and he couldn't speak. Ziyue took a step forward and blocked Immortal Danjun's aura. He said indifferently, "We'll know if they're in Bishia Peak after searching." "Ridiculous. You can't keep an eye on your disciples and come to my Bishia Peak after they've gone missing." "Elder Bai, do you really think I'm easy to deal with?" Immortal Danjuan's eyes flashed, and he said unyieldingly. He couldn't agree to it, be it for public or private reasons. "I knew you wouldn't admit it." Ziyue shook his head and looked at Immortal Danjun coldly. "What if I insist on searching?" "You dare?" Immortal Danjun shouted angrily. "Haha, do you think I dare not?" Ziyue chuckled, but his eyes turned cold in an instant. Soul energy plus 9,858. Ziyue's expression suddenly changed. He noticed that the amount of soul energy on his attribute panel had increased by a small amount. Someone died? Silenced? As his strength increased, the range of his attribute panel naturally increased as well. His daily increase in spirit energy had also reached more than 50,000 points. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it was very difficult for him to notice whether the deceased was a human or a demon, whether they were killed by someone or died of natural causes. However, as long as he wanted to, he could clearly determine the source of the soul energy. At this time, he noticed that the source of the soul energy was in Bixia Peak, where immortal Danjun resided. The amount of soul energy was exactly the same as that of a Qi condensation cultivator. Thinking that his 3 missing disciples were all Qi condensation cultivators, and that there wouldn't be any demon beasts in this place, Ziyue didn't hesitate at all. He sent out his divine sense majestically and rushed out. Arrogant. Immortal Danjuan's expression changed abruptly. He roared, and a huge cauldron rushed out of his body. Rumble. His momentum was so great that it seemed to be able to suppress the world. He blocked in front of Ziyue. Ziyue's expression didn't change. He pointed a finger at Taoist Elixir Lord and landed on him in the blink of an eye. Divine ability. Minor forbidden spirit technique. Qi. Suddenly, Taoist Pillord's aura dissipated. Not only was his consciousness completely sealed, but the cauldron that had just charged out also lost the support of his consciousness and fell to the ground. Ziyue's speed was not affected in the slightest as he took a step forward. Shua. In the blink of an eye, he appeared 1,000 meters away. What? Countless people widened their eyes in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. This first exchange seemed incomparably fast, ending in the blink of an eye. However, the result shocked countless people. Taoist Elixir Monarch, who had long reached the late stage of the divine realm, seemed to have no power to fight back in front of Ziyue. Even though Taoist Elixir Monarch was an alchemist, his true strength was generally weaker than experts of the same level. However, Ziyue was also an alchemist, and his immortal technique was only at the early stage of the divine realm. In the end, Taoist Elixir Monarch's consciousness was sealed in just one exchange, making him almost lose the power to fight back. Even though it was just one breath, Taoist Elixir Monarch's consciousness was gathered again. He seemed to be unharmed, but everyone was very clear about it. 4 deity realm cultivators like them, this one breath was enough for them to launch countless attacks. In other words, if Ziyue wanted to, he could even kill Taoist Elixir Monarch in an instant. You're courting death. Taoist Elixir Monarch was ashamed. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. His consciousness surged madly. In an instant, the formation that enveloped the entire Bixia Peak suddenly rose. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The void froze. Heaven and earth seemed to have been sealed, and a powerful force quickly pressed down on Ziyue from all directions. At the same time, clouds of fire gathered in the void and turned into a monstrous flame. It covered the sky like clouds, and then came crashing down. Master, watch out! Majin's face paled. Master! Chunfan's face was even paler. Ziyue's consciousness moved and locked on to a courtyard at the top of the Bixia Peak. He sensed that Wang Wei was about to kill his 3 unnamed disciples. His face turned cold, and he growled, "You're courting death." The flying sword in his body turned into a ray of light and rushed out. Swoosh! Fast, fast, fast. Ziyue's Dark North flying sword was made of the bones of a 5th-grade primordial spirit realm demon and countless precious materials. It was forged with the 10,000 flames, which was comparable to the golden core true fire. Its quality was already very high, and its speed was even faster. After being nourished by Ziyue's divine will, its power, grade, and speed were slightly improved. When the flying sword came out, it really seemed to have penetrated 2 voids. Even the power of the Grand Array and the Void Seal could not stop the flying sword at all. Qi! The flying sword pierced through the void and immediately landed beside Wang Wei. Clang! Wang Wei's flying sword was cut in half. Wang Wei grunted as if he had been struck by lightning, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he did not care about this at all. He suddenly turned around, his face full of horror. Elder Bai, how is this possible? He had never thought that Ziyue would dare to barge in and attack him on Elder Elixir Lord's Bixia Peak. After blocking Wang Wei with his sword, Bai Ziyue did not even look at him. He raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Similarly, his palm seemed to blot out the sky as it slammed toward the boundless flames falling from the void. Boom! The void suddenly froze, and the immortal martial handprint and the monstrous flames dissipated at the same time. Elder Elixir Lord, shouldn't you give me an explanation? Ziyue said in a cold voice. Elder Bai, you should give me an explanation for trespassing on my immortal mountain. Taoist Danjun roared. The grand formation in the void gathered once more, and the boundless flames dyed the entire Bixia Peak red. His aura was also rising steadily under the support of the grand formation, reaching the pinnacle of the realm. At this moment, Immortal Elixir Lord was like a peerless god of war with unparalleled power. Rumble! The natal magic treasure cauldron rushed out again, and the flames gathered in the sky seemed to be attracted to the cauldron. The boundless flames gathered in the cauldron, and the sky suddenly became clear. Looking from afar, one could see the blue color between the clouds. Then, the cauldron suddenly rolled back. The monstrous flames rushed out again. Boom! After several years, the flames evolved into an extremely huge fire dragon. As it roared into the sky, the void trembled violently. Then, it turned into a long river of flames that swept toward Ziyue rapidly, as if wanting to engulf him. Ziyue's eyes narrowed. The power of the fire dragon was not weak, and was comparable to the full blow of a 9-star expert. Even he had to be careful when facing it. With a thought, the power of his divine sense surged, and a full 50% of it rushed into the only divine ability seed in his body. This divine ability seed was a magical thing that he had condensed after absorbing the 1,000-year ice heart fire of heaven and earth. It already had the power of a great divine ability. Sizzle, just as his spiritual consciousness was being consumed, a huge furnace of flames condensed in front of him. Like the cauldron, the 5-colored flame furnace directly met the fire dragon and contained the monstrous fire dragon. Chi! 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 Furnace of 10,000 flames, refine it. Ziyue's eyes were cold, and he did not care about the consumption of his divine sense. The 5-colored flame immediately spun wildly, like a millstone, grinding the fire dragon and devouring it, directly turning it into his own nourishment. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After the fire dragon was completely destroyed, the aura of the 5-colored flame in front of Ziyue seemed to have strengthened a little. It was even stronger than before. The scene was silent. Everyone could not help but hold their breaths. They looked at the figure standing upright in the void in disbelief. How could Elder Bai be so strong? How could he be so strong? Was he really at the early stage of the divine realm? Countless people had questions in their hearts, and they were all shocked. Many people, including the cultivators who were the disciples of Immortal Elixir Lord, looked at Ziyue with great admiration. Ziyue was far superior to Immortal Elixir Lord in terms of immortal spells and alchemy. It's impolite not to reciprocate. How about taking my palm? Ziyue's expression did not change. He stretched out his hand, and a palm print immediately condensed in the void. It was so mighty that it almost covered the whole heaven and earth. Immortal martial palm print. Immortal Elixir Lord's face turned pale, and a trace of panic emerged in his heart. Although his cultivation level was high, it was formed by piling up spirit pills. His real combat strength was not even as good as that of a middle-stage divine realm cultivator. At this time, facing the palm that seemed to be holding up the sky, his mind was seized in an instant, and he could not react in time. Rumble. When the palm print fell, he controlled his natal treasure, the cauldron, to meet it, and an upper-grade defensive treasure rushed out in front of him. Bang! The immortal martial palm print fell and hit the cauldron. The cauldron, which was activated in a hurry, did not have much power and was blown away in an instant. The remaining power of the palm print was not reduced, and it directly imprinted on the upper-grade defensive treasure. Clang! The upper-grade defensive treasure shook violently and was slightly lifted. Fortunately, Immortal Elixir Lord finally reacted at this time. Under his control, the Grand Array was activated again, and a huge, flaming spiritual light shield was condensed in front of him, finally blocking the palm print. However, his face was extremely pale and gloomy. "Stop!" At this moment, a fierce shout was heard. It was perfected cultivator Dan Shun, who had finally noticed the commotion and quickly rushed over from afar. Chapter 482. Following closely behind perfected Lord Red Dust were Dongfang Ming and the middle-aged Taoist with a goatee. They were probably the remaining beginner grade 3 Elixir Refinement Master in Elixir Treasure Hall, perfected fire surpassing. "Greetings, Hall Master Red Dust." Ma Jun, Chun Fan, and the other disciples of Bishop Peak heaved a sigh of relief when they saw perfected Lord Red Dust and bowed respectfully. "What happened?" Dao Lord Red Dust looked at perfected Lord Red Dust and Ziyue. One of them was the candidate for the next Hall Master of Elixir Treasure Hall, while the other was a genius Elixir Refinement Master who played an important role in the revival of Elixir Treasure Hall. The fight between the two of them gave him a headache. "It's a long story," Ziyue said, and gestured slightly. With a bitter face, Ma Jun hurriedly took a step forward and recounted the entire matter. Seducing the disciples of Fiery Spirit Peak, forcing them to record the Kunlun Pill Manual, and killing them. These incidents immediately caused Dao Lord Red Dust's expression to turn extremely ugly. On the other side, Steward Wang Wei was also filled with regret at this moment. When he thought of the consequences he might have to face later, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground. "Elixir Lord, you're really getting worse and worse," perfected Lord Red Dust shouted angrily. But Taoist Danjun was equally shocked and furious. He looked at the 3 Fiery Spirit Peak disciples not far away, who had obviously suffered mental trauma, and Wang Wei, who had collapsed on the ground. With a gloomy face, he said, "Senior Marshal Brother, this matter is the fault of my Bishao Peak. I admit it. However, I don't know what happened at all. Although I'm interested in Elder White's Kunlun Pill Manual, given my status, what kind of elixir refinement techniques can I get? Furthermore, Elder White's Pill Manual is only useful for Grade 1 and Grade 2 Elixir Refinement Masters. It's not that useful to me. Why would I deliberately target a few low-level disciples? Because Ziyue only took out the first half of the Kunlun Pill Manual that pointed to advanced Grade 2 Elixir Refinement Masters. Apart from Ziyue and Dao Lord Red Dust, no one knew that the entire Pill Manual pointed to advanced Grade 3 Elixir Refinement Masters and was extremely valuable. At the very least, perfected Monarch Red Dust had gained a lot from his research. He often sighed and thought that if he could get his hands on this pill cannon earlier, he would definitely be able to become a 4th-grade alchemist 100 years earlier. Perfected being Elixir Lord paid attention to perfected Lord Dan Chen's expression. When he saw that the latter was confused, he hardened his heart and hollered, "Rascal, kneel down." Suddenly, Wang Jingchun, who had been lowering his head and sweating profusely, trembled, but he did not move. He knew that things had gotten out of hand. Once he admitted to it, the consequences would be unimaginable. If he resisted, he might still have a chance to turn things around. After all, the Wang family also had a lot of power in the Pill Treasure Hall. The news of this incident would definitely reach the ears of the Wang clan very soon. What? Daring to do it, but not daring to admit it? Or do you want me to use the law enforcement hall's God-questioning talisman? Taoist Danjun said with a cold look in his eyes. Ziyue frowned, not knowing whether Taoist Danjun was telling the truth or not. Naturally, his divine telekinesis would not be so accurate when sensing people of the same level. However, from the 2 encounters he had with Taoist Danjun, he seemed to place more importance on the issue of status. Apart from the pill cannon of Kunlun, the conditions he mentioned before were all to maintain his higher status. And this time, whether it was Ma Jin's tone or Lin Fan's attitude, it might seem to Taoist Danjun that it was an affront to his status and caused such a violent conflict. It was understandable. T. Since there was already enmity between them, why would he need to think about Taoist Danjun? Although this matter was not to the extent of being irreconcilable, he would not let Taoist Danjun off easily. It's me, it's all my fault. I was blinded by greed and planned to use Fong Han and Zhao Wu to steal the pill cannon of Kunlun. I'm guilty. I deserve to die. Right at this moment, Wang Wei, who sat on the ground, suddenly seemed to have thought of something, and a trace of resolution flashed in his eyes. After that, he spoke abruptly, and as he spoke, the origin energy within his body instantly flowed in reverse and charged fiercely towards his head. Poof! Blood spurted out, and he collapsed completely. He was dead. Spiritual energy plus 58648. What? Ziyue's expression also changed, and he hurriedly performed the minor spirit restriction technique. However, from the moment he discovered Taoist Danjuan's actions to the moment Taoist Danjuan's origin energy reversed life and death, everything happened too quickly. The speed of his minor spirit restriction technique was not slow, but before his technique landed, Taoist Danjuan's aura had already dissipated and he was dead. Taoist Danshan reacted almost at the same time as Ziyue, but he was one step slower. A trace of shock and anger flashed in his eyes. It was really too difficult for an immortal spell cultivator, especially an enlightened cultivator below the god realm, to escape with his life in front of a golden core perfected cultivator. It was almost impossible. However, if Taoist Danjun was determined to die and ended his own life, it would be difficult to really stop him if he did not take precautions in advance. A trace of shock involuntarily appeared on everyone's faces. They never thought that Wang Wei would be so decisive to end his own life. Wang Jingchen's eyes were also filled with shock, but he could not help but secretly heave a sigh of relief. It seemed like he was safe. How foolish. Did he think he could escape punishment just because he was dead? Didn't he know that a person has a soul after death? Only when the soul is destroyed is true nirvana. Go ask Elder Shui of the Enforcement Hall to come over and use the soul assimilation technique to summon his soul. We must get to the bottom of this. Taoist Danshan was able to become the palace lord of the treasure pill hall. How could he be a simple person who only knew how to refine pills? As he spoke, he looked faintly at Wang Jingchen and continued, "It seems that I haven't been in charge for a long time, and a scheming person like Wang Wei has appeared in the treasure pill hall. I remember that Wang Wei came from the Wang family of Imperial Xincheng. Back then, Master pitted the Wang family's patriarch for dying from serious injuries while protecting a grade 4 spiritual ingredient, the 7 heart lotus flower. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant now that he has grown so big. Looks like we'll have to replace him." Wang Jingchen's expression changed drastically. Elder Wang Chun of the Wang family, who had just heard the news and rushed over, happened to hear Home Master Danshan's voice. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Wang Jingchen with bloodshot eyes and roared, "Unfilial son, admit your wrongs. Do you want our Wang family to decline completely? Second uncle, I don't want to die. I still have a bright future ahead of me. I'm very talented. I'll definitely become a grade 3 pill master in the future, and even have a chance to become the palace lord of the treasure pill hall. I don't want to die." Wang Jingchen screamed in panic. Then, as if he had thought of something, he turned to immortal Danjun and shouted, "Master, Master, save me. As long as you can save me, I will do it for the sake of serving you since I was a child." Sigh, silly boy. If you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place? Taoist Danshan sighed and stroked Wang Jingchen's head. Then, when Wang Jingchen relaxed slightly, he squeezed hard. In the hall of Fiery Spirit Peak. "Elder Bai, you've thoroughly offended Taoist Danshan this time." Dongfang Ming looked at Ziyue and said with a wry smile, "You've forced him to kill his own disciple. Although he deserved it, from what I know of Taoist Danshan, he'll definitely hold a grudge against you for everything. He's always been petty and greedy by nature. I once refused to hand over all the elixirs I refined to him. Now, 30 years have passed, but I'm still being targeted everywhere. Whenever I want to refine a certain elixir, it'll take me at least twice as long to collect the materials as Taoist Fire Crossing." Ziyue nodded, but his face was very calm. He said softly, "Tell me, what do you think Taoist Danshan cares about the most? Of course, it's the identity of the next palace lord. Dongfang Ming blurted out. Then, he looked at Ziyue in shock and asked, "You're going to compete for the position of palace lord? Why not? Since I'm restrained everywhere, I might as well get it done once and for all. I don't want to waste too much time on him," Bai Ziyue said with a calm expression. With Elder Bai's ability as a grade 3 pill master, he's definitely qualified to compete for the position. But it's very difficult. It's almost impossible. You might not know this, but Taoist Dan Jun isn't just a mid-tier third-grade alchemist. He's also the only son of the previous Hall Master, true Lord Danju, and the junior brother of our current Hall Master Dan Shun. That's why he's able to monopolize 2 of the 7 herb gardens in the Pellet Palace. That's why I said it's very difficult. Although Elder Bai's alchemy skills are good, he's not as good as Taoist Dan Shun in terms of resources, background, or connections. Furthermore, Palace Master Dan Chen won't easily take away the proof of identity because of the previous Palace Master's master-disciple relationship. Dongfang Ming said helplessly. "What if I'm a grade 4 pill master?" Ziyue said lightly. "What?" Dongfang Ming stood up and looked at Ziyue in shock. He said, "Huh? You're already a grade 4 pill master?" His expression quickly became extremely respectful. "Not yet, but I think it's going to happen soon," Ziyue said calmly as he looked at the 9 keys to 1 elixir refinement method on the attribute panel again. If you can become a grade 4 alchemist, not to mention the position of the next Hall Master Dan Shun might even be eager to abdicate his position and officially hand it over to you. After all, he doesn't have much time left. Dongfang Ming suddenly changed his tone and said telepathically, "Is that so?" Ziyue smiled. He didn't really care. Even if Taoist Danshan didn't have much time left, he still had a few decades to live. However, he was confident that in the next few decades, his strength would definitely rise to an extremely high level. At that time, whether or not he would stay in the Qingsu sect was still unknown. He wanted to become the next palace lord because he didn't want Taoist Danshan's matter to affect his alchemy and earning of spirit stones and merit points. Chapter 483. What's more, if you become the next temple master, there's a great opportunity waiting for you. Dongfang Ming continued. A great opportunity? Ziyue asked hurriedly. With Dongfang Ming's status, he didn't care about ordinary things. Something that he described as a great opportunity must be extremely precious. Dongfang Ming nodded seriously and said, "You should know that there's an internal affairs palace in the Qingshu sect. If disciples want to practice immortal skills, not limited to cultivation methods, magic arts, ancient books of array doctrine, elixir formulas, etc., they can all be exchanged with merit points in the Internal Affairs Palace. Generally speaking, as long as one had enough merit points and a decent amount of resources, their disciples will be able to reach the aperture opening realm even without the guidance of a master. As for the cultivators in the aperture opening realm, most of them would be chosen by the powerhouses in the various palaces. They would be taken in as disciples and carefully taught. If they performed well and had the possibility of becoming a powerhouse in the divine realm, they would be promoted to a true disciple and be taught a higher level of cultivation method and divine sense. For example, the Elixir Palace has its own divine sense. The purple and green primordial fire is specially prepared for disciples who have the potential to become third-grade alchemists. If you want to practice other divine senses, you can also exchange them in the Internal Affairs Palace. Although the requirement of merit points is very high and you need your master to vouch for you, you can basically learn all 13 divine senses in the sect. However, the real top inheritance in the Qingshu sect is not in the Internal Affairs Palace, so it can't be exchanged easily. Ziyue listened and nodded slightly. The Qingshu sect was a sect of immortal skills, even more than countless sects in the ancient barren domain combined. There were 13 divine senses in the Qingshu sect, not to mention the great divine senses above them. In order to prevent the top inheritance from being spread, there were naturally restrictions. There was indeed a divine sense in the elixir palace, the purple and green primordial fire. However, he already possessed the cauldron of 10,000 flames, and he had already refined it to the point where it could form a god ability seed. Both its power and potential far surpassed the purplish-green primordial fire, so he did not place too much importance on the god ability, so he did not specifically purchase it. The top inheritances in our Qingshu sect are usually in the inheritance hall. Not only were there 9 top-notch inheritances in the Hall of Inheritance, but there were also 4 cultivation methods, 5 great divine abilities, and an inheritance statue. The inheritance statue seemed to contain endless mysteries. There was a top cultivation skill, a major superpower, and 3 minor superpowers in the sect. They were all comprehended by the experts of the sect from the inheritance statue. In addition to these inheritances, there were even more spells and techniques of various powers that were derived from them. The reason why our Qingsu sect can gradually develop and become the #1 sect in the piercing Cloud Mountain range is also because of this inheritance statue. Dongfang Ming paused for a moment before continuing. Once Elder Bai becomes a level 4 alchemist or a candidate for the next palace master, she will have the right to enter the inheritance palace. Not only will she be able to choose a top-level inheritance, but she will also be able to study the inheritance statue for a month. When the time comes, how much you can learn from it will depend on Elder Bai's fate. Dongfang Ming looked at Bai Ziyue enviously as he spoke. Only Golden Core Realm perfected cultivators, palace masters, candidates for the next palace master, or those who had made great contributions to the sect were qualified to enter the inheritance palace. With his talent and potential, it was almost impossible for him to step into the inheritance palace. This is indeed a great opportunity. It seems that whether it is to not be controlled by a mortal elixir lord or for this great opportunity, I will have to pay more attention to the position of palace master. As Bai Ziyue spoke, a glint flashed in his eyes. There was a hint of yearning in his eyes. After sending Dongfang Ming away, Ziyue planned to continue refining elixirs and strive to learn the 9 Qi to 1 elixir refining method as soon as possible. He did not expect that someone would come to visit him so soon. This time, it was Su Ming, the successor disciple of immortal Fu Shui from the field hall. Greetings, Elder Bai. I am Su Ming from the field hall. Su Ming bowed respectfully. Get up. How is immortal Fu Shui? Ziyue replied with a smile. Thank you for your concern, Elder Bai. My master is doing well. However, due to the attack of the fiendish cultivators, the field hall has been a little busy recently. Coincidentally, a martial uncle found the lair of the fiendish cultivators some time ago. My master was busy with this matter and did not have time to return to the sect. This time, my master asked me to come over not only because he was worried about my safety and did not want me to be in danger, but also because he repeatedly asked me to come and visit. Su Ming said appropriately. Haha, immortal Fu Shui is so thoughtful. Ziyue laughed and continued. Speaking of which, I still have to thank the field hall for lending a helping hand. Otherwise, there would be some twists and turns in my Fiery Spirit Peak's elixir refining. Elder Bai is too courteous. Putting aside the fact that my master recommended you into the sect, there is a trace of affection between us. Elder Bai's incomparably high alchemy skills are something that no one in the field hall dares to look down on. We are relieved that we didn't delay Elder Bai's elixir refining. Su Ming hurriedly spoke humbly. After a slight pause, he continued. In addition, I actually have another matter that I would like to ask Elder Bai about. Please say, Ziyue said with a calm expression. Last time, I was fortunate enough to visit Senior with my master. I heard Senior mention several methods to save Martial Uncle Su. Among them, there is a kind of elixir called the Great Freedom Golden Elixir. Not only does it have the effect of restoring the physical body and soul of the injured, but it also has the effect of helping a cultivator at the peak of the God realm to break through the shackles of the realm, greatly increasing the chances of breaking through to the Gold Core realm. My master has been at the peak of the God realm for 10 years and has been trapped here. This time, I came here to boldly ask Elder Bai about the spiritual materials required for the formula of the Great Freedom Golden Elixir. If I have all of them, I will need your help to refine it. Su Ming said respectfully. Oh, that's simple. I can also promise you that if I have all the materials, I will refine a furnace of Great Freedom Golden Elixir for your master. Ziyue was slightly stunned, but the smile on his face did not fade. He turned his hand and took out a blank jade slip, recording all the spiritual materials required for the Great Freedom Golden Elixir. In fact, although the effect of the Great Freedom Golden Elixir was good, the materials were too precious. Whether it was the heart of the 4th grade spiritual wood, the leaves of the parasol tree, or the enlightenment flower, they were all precious and difficult to find. The auxiliary materials were more than 3rd grade spiritual materials. It was estimated that the Qingsu sect would not be able to gather all of them in dozens of years. Moreover, it was extremely difficult to refine. Once it failed, the materials would be destroyed. It was not something that ordinary people could bear. In fact, it was not the first choice for many cultivators at the peak of the God realm to form their elixir. Generally, cultivators at the peak of the God realm would go to various places by themselves to look for the top places with spiritual qi or explore ancient places to find spiritual materials above 5th grade. With the help of these spiritual materials, they would form their elixir. However, it had to be said that increasing the chance of forming their elixir by 30% out of nowhere would attract countless people. If they could really find the spiritual materials needed for the elixir formula, it was believed that countless people would be eager to follow. Looking at Su Ming, who was in the distance, Ziyue could not help but show a hint of thoughtfulness on his face. This man is not simple. He is also an outstanding successor disciple, and immortal Fu Shui values him so much. I just don't know whether it is immortal Fu Shui's idea or his own idea to ask for the spiritual materials needed for the Great Freedom Golden Elixir formula. Bai Ziyue could not help but laugh, but he did not take it to heart. In the world of immortal spells, there were countless geniuses. Naturally, there were many people with such a temperament and aptitude. There must be people who were better than him, such as Fan Xingyu and Zhao Yuer. However, the aptitude for immortal spells may be very important for early cultivators. But for cultivators who had already reached the God realm, it was not so essential. At the very least, Bai Ziyue was now able to treat such talented people indifferently. He would not attach as much importance to the aptitude as before. Soon, Ziyue returned to the alchemy room, took out a set of 2nd grade spiritual materials, and began to refine. For him, the most important thing at this time was naturally to reach the entry level of the 9 Qi in 1 alchemy method. Sure enough, the 3rd grade spiritual elixir is better and fiercer. Only 3 refinements, and I have officially reached the entry level of the 9 Qi in 1 alchemy method. Ziyue looked at the abandoned spiritual elixir in the alchemy furnace. He felt a little regretful, but at the same time, he could not help but show a trace of joy. Although it was a pity that he failed to refine the 3rd grade spiritual elixir, officially reaching the entry level of the 9 Qi in 1 alchemy method, which was a top alchemy inheritance, made him extremely happy. Since the 9 Qi in 1 alchemy method has reached the entry level, then it is time for me to upgrade it. Ziyue's eyes fell on the attribute panel and soon made a decision. With his top alchemy inheritance, he could directly be promoted to the early level 5 alchemy master. Such alchemy skills were not the best in the firmament territory, but at least in the cloud-piercing mountain range, it was definitely the best. Consumed 31,212 points of soul power to upgrade the first level of the 9 Qi in 1 alchemy method to completion. The entire 9 Qi in 1 alchemy method is divided into 5 levels. The first level corresponds to the first level alchemy master. Because I am an advanced level 3 alchemy master, the amount of soul power I need to consume is relatively small. Ziyue's eyes flashed. Naturally, he knew the reason why the soul power consumption was relatively small. He did not care and chose to upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, A large amount of experience regarding the 9 chi in one alchemy method flashed through Ziyue's mind. It was as if he had gone through continuous alchemy and directly turned it into his instinct. Continue. Without hesitation, Ziyue chose to continue upgrading. Consumed 175,232 points of soul power to upgrade the second and third levels of the 9 chi in one alchemy method to completion. Upgrade. Chapter 484. The 9 Energies Coalesce Pill Refining Technique has been upgraded to the third level, which means that I have stabilized my cultivation as a third-grade alchemist. Although my alchemy skills have not improved by a large margin, I can now freely use this brilliant alchemy method to refine pills. Both the success rate and the quality of the pills will be greatly improved. Dua silently absorbed the memories and experiences related to alchemy, and his face became more and more relaxed. Consuming 565,313 points of spiritual energy to upgrade the 9 Energies Coalesce Pill Refining Technique from the 4th level to perfection. 5,650,000? Ziyue could not help but stare. The consumption this time was much higher than before, and even he could not help but feel the pinch. However, consuming more than 5 million points of spiritual energy to upgrade my alchemy skills from 3rd-grade alchemy to 4th-grade alchemy doesn't seem so difficult to accept. After thinking for a while, he quickly understood. Although the consumption was huge, it was nothing compared to the benefits and improvements it would bring him. Upgrade. Therefore, he quickly gritted his teeth and chose to upgrade. In an instant, Ziyue felt that there were countless mysterious understandings of the Qi coalescence alchemy method flowing in his mind. The prediction of the fusion and change of various materials when they were extracted, the application of the pill art, the control of the flame, and many other methods and skills related to alchemy seemed to be naturally engraved in his mind, and he was very familiar with them. As for him, it was as if he had really experienced countless times using the 9 chi Converge 1 alchemy method to refine spirit pills. After hundreds of years of tirelessness, there was an inexplicable sense of calmness unique to an alchemy grandmaster. The 4th level of the 9 Energies Coalesce Pill Refining Technique has finally been completed. As a result, my alchemy skills have also been raised to the level of an advanced 4th-grade alchemist. As for the 5th level, forget it, I don't have enough spiritual energy. Moreover, being a 4th-grade alchemist is enough for me now. With my current understanding and thinking about alchemy, looking at my previous alchemy skills, there are simply mistakes everywhere. Some of my habits are wrong, and many of my actions are superfluous. If I were to refine 3rd-grade alchemy pills again, I would feel extremely relaxed, and I would be able to achieve a success rate of 100%. Pills below 3rd-grade alchemy pills will definitely be of the same level after I refine them. Ziyue carefully comprehended and compared the changes before and after. His heart was clear, and he was extremely confident. Furthermore, I couldn't do anything about this kind of ruined pill before, but now I can refine and purify it again. His gaze then landed on the side, on the 3 batches of 3rd-rank Spirit Awakening pills that he had just wasted. These Awakening pills were of the lowest quality. The Awakening pills in the 2nd furnace and the impurities in the 3rd furnace were above 45%. Without any hesitation, Ziyue waved his hand, and the 3 cauldrons of wasted materials rose into the air. A 5-colored flame rushed out, followed by an alchemy art. Sii, after a slight noise, the materials gathered together, and clouds of unique qi were extracted from the waste pills. The qi split up and turned into pure spiritual qi that contained medicinal efficacy. As soon as the clumps of qi were completely separated, he unleashed a core fusion art. Qi, qi, qi. At the same time, an oval-shaped alchemy pill that emitted a shocking spiritual pressure appeared in front of him. Split. Ziyue made another move, and the alchemy pill began to split. Instantly, it was divided into 3 alchemy pills. They were half the size of normal alchemy pills, but their grades were extremely high. They were 3rd-grade alchemy pills, awakening pills. After all, there is a certain amount of wear and tear, so the alchemy pills are much smaller than normal alchemy pills. However, the alchemy pills did not completely waste the materials. Because these 3 awakening pills are 3rd-grade alchemy pills, their effects are not inferior to normal 3rd-grade alchemy pills. Ziyue's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. This move of turning waste into treasure was extremely useful for alchemists. It was comparable to a godly skill, as it could greatly reduce the consumption of materials. After all, 3rd-grade alchemy pills and above mostly required 3rd-grade alchemy pills, 4th-grade alchemy pills, and even 5th-grade alchemy pills. These alchemy pills were usually not renewable or resources that required a huge amount of time. They were very precious and rare. Once they were worn out, it would not be so easy to gather them again. However, from what I see now, there's indeed a problem with this awakening pill art. Looking at the materials needed to form the alchemy pills, there are actually a few 3rd-grade alchemy pills that can be replaced with 2nd-grade alchemy pills. Especially the 3rd-grade alchemy pills, can be replaced by the 1st-grade alchemy pills, the silver bellflower, and the 2nd-grade alchemy pills. Moreover, the silver bellflower can also be used to fuse with another alchemy pill, making the alchemy pills even more effective. Ziyue thought silently. In almost a short period of time, he had optimized and modified a set of 3rd-grade alchemy pills. After calculating the results, his eyes couldn't help but light up. The original awakening pill art required 7 3rd-grade alchemy pills and 12 2nd-grade alchemy pills. The total cost was about 40,000 low-grade spirit stones. After my optimization, the alchemy pill art required 4 3rd-grade alchemy pills. Although the number of 2nd-grade alchemy pills increased to 15, there were 3 more 1st-grade alchemy pills. The total cost of the alchemy pills was reduced to 25,000 low-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the effect of the new awakening pill is about 20% stronger than the original awakening pill. The refining difficulty has also been greatly reduced because of the reduction in 3rd-grade alchemy pills. Correspondingly, the success rate of the alchemy pills will also increase. In terms of success rate, it may not be a big advantage for me, but for those 3rd-grade alchemists at the beginning, it is definitely a huge blessing. Generally speaking, the profits of refining the awakening pill with the new alchemy pill art can directly double. This is only the awakening pill. For other 1st-grade alchemy pills and 2nd-grade alchemy pills, I can also optimize the alchemy pill art. Basically, for every alchemy pill, the cost can be halved and the effect can be multiplied. Even if the success rate can't be increased, it won't be worse than the original. With this calculation, the profit rate will increase by 4 times. If the Fiery Spirit Peak's scale advantage is fully utilized, it will definitely increase the speed of my earning of spirit stones and contribution points by a large margin. Ziyue gradually became excited. After spending some time to optimize more than 10 1st-grade alchemy pills and 1st-grade alchemy pills, he directly walked out of the alchemy room and gathered all the disciples. Now that our Fiery Spirit Peak has been established for 20 days, how are the results? Ziyue looked at Ma Zhan, replying to Master, because everyone's alchemy skills were relatively weak at the beginning, the success rate and quality of the alchemy pills were not too high. Therefore, in the early stages, we were actually in a state of loss. On the 7th day, our income and expenditure were restored to balance. On the 15th day, we officially started to make a profit. Now, our Fiery Spirit Peak has earned a total of 30,000 merit points and 250,000 spirit stones. It is estimated that by the end of the month, our merit points will reach 60,000 and our spirit stones will reach 700,000. And by next month, we are confident that we can earn a total of 100,000 merit points and 150,000 spirit stones. Ma Zhan replied with a face full of respect. When the disciples heard this, Their eyes revealed an obvious light, and they were all proud in their hearts. But because of this, they looked at Ziyue with even more respect and admiration. They were very clear about who was the source of all this. In less than a month, you have achieved a profit. Not bad. Ziyue was not stingy with his praise. Even if their talent in alchemy was not too strong, he had seen their sincerity and hard work in alchemy. This was the fundamental reason why the fiery spirit peak could go from a loss to a profit in such a short time. Hard work could indeed make up for one's lack of talent, especially when he had the correct method of guidance from the Kunlun Pill Manual. An astonishing effect immediately erupted. But it's not enough. In these 20 days of refining, the Kunlun Pill Manual has already forced out all of your foundation and potential. If you want to improve as quickly as before, it will be difficult. Only through alchemy, large amounts of alchemy, can you continue to improve. Now, you have only barely caught up with your peers. Compared to those alchemy geniuses, you're still far from them. Now, I have already handed the Kunlun Pill Manual to the Temple Master. In half a year, it will be made public in the Treasure Pill Palace. In other words, you only have half a year of advantage. Ziyue looked at this batch of disciples. Seeing that everyone had become serious, he continued, "In this batch of jade slips, there are alchemy recipes that I have improved. It will also be of great help to your alchemy. Next, whether you can surpass your peers and surpass those alchemy geniuses will depend on whether you are diligent enough. In addition, in this half a year, the batch with the fastest improvement and the best performance will be accepted as official disciples. I hope you will not disappoint me." In an instant, everyone became excited. Even Ma Zhan's eyes were filled with excitement and anticipation. Official disciples. This was too tempting for them. They were very clear about how powerful Bai Ziyue's alchemy skills were. Just a pill cannon had brought them such a huge improvement. If they could become an official disciple and follow their master to receive guidance, then the improvement would definitely be even greater. Everyone could not help but secretly encourage themselves. They had to perform well and hope that their master would take a fancy to them. Seeing this, Ziyue nodded in satisfaction. He then gave out the jade slips and distributed the alchemy recipes. As for the other 3 spirit awakening pills, he had Ma Zhan give them to Feng Han, Zhao Wu, and the others. Even if they had made mistakes, he was willing to give them a chance as long as they knew how to repent. In about 10 days, they should be able to familiarize themselves with these alchemy recipes and use them to their fullest potential. At that time, based on the 100,000 merit points in 5 million low-grade spirit stones that I can provide a month, the profit margin of 4 times will be 400,000 merit points and 6 million low-grade spirit stones. Even after deducting the losses and the profits given to the disciples, I will still have a profit of 200,000 merit points and 3 million low-grade spirit stones. It won't be long before I can continue to go to the achievement hall to create alchemy. Ziyue's face immediately broke into a smile, begging for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. Chapter 485. In fact, with the comprehension time on the attribute panel, the effects of the creation technique in the creation technique hall were of little use to him. However, the remaining 280 god-level techniques in the creation technique hall were what he lacked. Based on the 1,000 merit points per technique in the creation technique hall, he still had a shortfall of 280,000 merit points, which would take him 3 months to accumulate. The income from spiritual stones could be used as resources to improve his immortal technique level, which would greatly increase his strength. In this way, the fiery spirit peak was equivalent to his property. Not only could it provide him with a steady stream of income for his practice, but it could also be used to collect a large amount of resources to improve his strength. Now it's time for me to plan the next thing. After spending 3 days guiding his disciples to familiarize themselves with the new pill recipes, Ziyue left the fiery spirit peak directly. The Qingshu sect's Mount Qingshu spiritual vein was tall and lofty, always surrounded by clouds. Under the effect of the star-gathering formation, the essence of the sun, moon, and stars in the sky above the nine heavens fell down and transformed into spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into fog, making it as ethereal as a fairyland, which made people feel relaxed and happy. Standing on the top of the blue afterglow peak, Reverend Donjuan's gloomy mood suddenly brightened up at this moment. His face revealed an unconcealable joy. Jing, Exion, prepare the Blue Moon Double Dragon sedan chair and follow me to the Dan Treasure Hall. Out of habit, Reverend Danjun wanted to call out his eldest disciple's name, but his face instantly darkened and he quickly changed his words. Yes, Master. Yang Exion responded and quickly sent out a messaging talisman. Naturally, someone would send the Blue Moon Double Dragon sedan chair. Then, unable to hide her curiosity, she asked, Master, what's the good news? Because of her senior brother's death, she knew that her master had been a little angry during this period, especially as his only pro-disciple who had followed Reverend Danjun for nearly 20 years. She knew that her master was a narrow-minded person who could be angry for a long time over a small matter. Now, only a few days after her senior brother's death, her master's eyes revealed such excitement. Obviously, something great had happened to cover up his previous unhappiness. Thinking of her master's recent troubles, her heart skipped a beat. She could not help but ask, You made a breakthrough in refining pills? Yes, you're right. Taoist Danjun nodded slightly, unable to conceal his smile. His voice carried a trace of sarcasm as he said, That Karakoram savant thinks that she is brilliant, but she probably didn't expect that I would be able to obtain inspiration from her spiritual fire control technique and break through the grade barrier, breaking through to the high third-grade alchemist realm. That's good too. Now that we are both third-grade alchemists and will soon be promoted to the position of Pill Treasure Hall Lord, I want to see how he will fight with me. From now on, I'll let him know that pill refining alone isn't enough in the Treasure Pill Hall. When I'm in power, I'll make sure he has no pills to refine. Congratulations, Master, for officially breaking through to become a high-grade 3 alchemist. Yang Shiner hurriedly knelt down and congratulated. Get up. Taoist Elixir Lord smiled proudly and waved his hand. Roar. Soon, the 2 flood dragons roared and charged toward them like lightning. They stopped in front of them. Master, please. Yang Shiner nodded slightly to the sedan bearer and gestured respectfully. Nodding, Taoist Elixir Lord stepped into the Azure Moon Double Dragon sedan chair. Yang Shiner followed and whispered an order. The Azure Moon Double Dragon sedan chair immediately rose into the sky. Roar, roar. The 2 flood dragons roared like angry dragons, piercing through the sky and flying above the clouds. The golden sedan chair also soared into the sky, filled with indescribable nobility. The Azure Cloud Peak was very close to the Treasure Pill Hall. An ordinary cultivator could reach there in half an hour at most, let alone a sedan chair pulled by a flood dragon. After a short while, the Treasure Pill Hall was in sight. Roar, roar. Another loud roar was heard. The 2 flood dragons circled the Pill Palace 3 times before stopping in front of the palace's entrance. It's Elder Elixir Lord's Azure Moon Double Dragon sedan chair. Why is he here? Could it be that he also heard that Elderby is going to take the alchemy test, so he wants to come and take a look? The 2 of them made such a big scene last time. It can be said that they're like fire and water. Is it going to be a good show this time? I don't think so. Taoist Elixir Lord probably doesn't know about Elderby's test. Otherwise, he wouldn't have driven his Azure Moon Double Dragon sedan chair out. I remember that the last time Taoist Elixir Lord drove his Azure Moon Double Dragon sedan chair out and hovered above the Treasure Pill Hall. I think it was when he took the mid-3rd grade alchemy test. Could it be? He's going to take the alchemy test too. The people below didn't dare to talk loudly because they knew that Taoist Elixir Lord was very narrow-minded. They were afraid that he would hold a grudge against them. Therefore, they transmitted their voices to each other. Their expressions didn't change. but their eyes were filled with curiosity and anticipation. "Master, please." Yang Shiner took the lead and said respectfully, "Okay." Taoist Elixir Lord nodded and strode out of the Azure Moon Double Dragon sedan chair. Taoist Elixir Lord enjoyed the surprised gazes around him and walked briskly toward the treasure pill hall. Soon, the group of people arrived at the hall. The chief steward in the hall had already noticed the commotion outside. Although he muttered in his heart, he didn't dare to show it on his face. He hurried forward and said respectfully, "Welcome, Taoist Elixir Lord. May I know the reason for your visit? My master is going to take the test for a high third-grade alchemy test. Please make the arrangements, Chief Steward Qin." Yang Shiner stepped forward and said. Taoist Elixir Lord smiled and looked at Chief Steward Qin. Chief Steward Qin's expression changed. "What's wrong? Is the hall master not here? I remember that the hall master usually has more than 3 months to recuperate after he finishes refining pills. But it's okay, I can wait. Although the pill I'm going to refine this time is a little difficult, it won't take long." Taoist Elixir Lord said with a smile. "The hall master is still in the treasure pill hall, but he's helping someone with the alchemy test." Chief Steward Qin braced himself and said, "The hall master is going to take the test personally? Is someone going to be promoted to a third-grade alchemy master? Is it Zhang Wangshui or Zhou Yandong?" Taoist Elixir Lord asked curiously. Generally speaking, the most outstanding second-grade alchemists in the Treasure Pill Hall were from the Danshan Peak, led by the Hall Master and Taoist Elixir Lord's iridescent peak. Now that no one in the Bishao Peak had broken through, it must be Zhang Wangshui and Zhou Yandong, the 2 second-grade high-rank alchemists in the Danshan Peak, where the Hall Master was at, who had finally succeeded in breaking through to become a third-grade alchemist. He didn't care about this. As the Hall Master, he had long regarded the Treasure Pill Hall as his private property. Naturally, he was happy to see more third-grade alchemists. As he spoke, his interest was piqued, and he walked toward the alchemy room. "No, it's Elder Bai." Chief Steward Qin was anxious and said with a wry smile. Elder Bai came early in the morning and proposed to take part in the alchemy test. The Hall Master was quickly alerted and personally arranged for him to take the test in the 4th-grade alchemy room with the surging golden origin fire. "Ziyue?" Taoist Elixir Lord paused and narrowed his eyes. "He's taking part in the test? Didn't he just become an advanced 3rd-grade alchemist?" Then he paused. It seemed that Ziyue didn't say that he had just become an advanced 3rd-grade alchemist. His expression instantly turned unsightly. The complacent look on his face was filled with arrogance and coldness. He never imagined that Ziyue would coincidentally break through to the level of a high-grade 3rd-grade alchemist, just as he broke through to the level of a high-grade 3rd-grade alchemist. Moreover, Ziyue was even a step ahead of him to reach the level of a 4th-grade alchemist. Thinking of his previous actions and the strange looks from the surrounding disciples, he suddenly understood. How could they be looking at him with admiration? Instead, they were looking at him with curiosity and anticipation. Their eyes were full of mockery and sarcasm. He suddenly felt a wave of grievance, anger, and even a trace of shame. Impossible! He can't become a 4th-grade alchemist. With his cultivation, he can't support the consumption of refining 4th-grade elixirs. Not to mention, we don't even know if his spiritual fire has reached the 4th grade. Taoist Elixir Lord couldn't accept such a result. He roared and strode toward the 4th-grade alchemy room. "It's out. Elder Bai's test result is out." At this moment, a cry of surprise was heard. Then, everyone couldn't help but rush over curiously. "How is it? Did he succeed?" A group of people asked excitedly and curiously. Even Chief Steward Qin and Yang Shiner had a curious look in their eyes. If it wasn't for Taoist Elixir Lord, they probably would have asked. A 4th-grade alchemist. In the whole Qingshu sect, only Taoist Danshan was an early 4th-grade alchemist. In the whole cloud-piercing mountain range, there were no more than 5 practitioners who had reached the 4th-grade alchemist level. But now there was one more. Ziyue was just at the God Realm. They had never heard of a practitioner at the early stage of the god realm becoming a fourth-grade alchemist, not to mention seeing it. Were they going to witness this miracle? Of course, he succeeded. Elderby used the Earth Surge Golden Origin Fire to refine the White Moon Pill, a grade 4 early 4th grade elixir. Even Palace Master Danshin couldn't help but praise Elderby. He said Elderbuy's alchemy skills are not inferior to his. The disciple was surrounded by many people and his face was red, but he couldn't help but speak with pride and excitement. Gasp! Did he really succeed? Unbelievable! Does this mean that our Pill Treasure Hall has welcomed a second-level alchemist so quickly? Who dares to say the Pill Treasure Palace is weak now? Even the Tai-E Celestial sect that's famous for its alchemy skills can't compare to two fourth-grade alchemists. The crowd of disciples became excited. Their faces were filled with pride and honor. That news was simply too shocking. It caused them to be somewhat agitated. Thank you for your support. Please continue to vote. Chapter 486. However, Taoist Elixir Lord's face was filled with complex emotions. He did not expect that all of this was true. Bai Ziwei actually passed the assessment and officially became a beginner fourth-grade alchemist. Let's go. He didn't have the face to stay here any longer. He shouted and turned to leave. Yang Shiner's eyes were filled with excitement, but she didn't dare to disobey and followed behind Taoist Elixir Lord. However, just as they were about to leave, Dongfang Ming and Taoist Transcendence stepped into the Elixir Palace and greeted Elder Elixir Lord. Elder Elixir Lord, did you also hear that Elderby has become a beginner grade 4 alchemist? Are you here? No. Taoist Elixir Lord's chest tightened, and he felt like vomiting blood. The two of them noticed that Taoist Elixir Lord's expression was a little strange. Considering the conflict a few days ago, they didn't dare to say anything. Greetings, Hall Master and Elderby. Greetings, Hall Master and Elderby. At this moment, a series of respectful voices came from behind Taoist Elixir Lord. Taoist Elixir Lord and Ziwei walked out of the Elixir Palace together. Haha, Junior Brother Elixir Lord, Elder Dongfang Ming and Taoist Transcendence. I knew you would come after hearing the news. The Sect Master and the others have already heard the news and are on their way. Come with me and welcome them at the door. Also, there's something I need to discuss with you. A loud laugh rang out. Tao Lord Pill Dust had a high-spirited look on his face, and his eyes were filled with excitement. Hall Master Elixir Lord, congratulations to Elderby for becoming a beginner grade 4 alchemist. Dongfang Ming and Taoist Transcendence bowed slightly, their eyes filled with envy. Dongfang Ming, in particular, was shocked. Ziwei had said that he was confident that he could become a grade 4 alchemist. Dongfang Ming thought that even if Ziwei could break through, it would take him at least half a year. However, it only took him a few days. He broke through so quickly. Now that he had completed the test, his alchemy skills were recognized by the Hall Master. Taoist Elixir Lord knew that it wasn't the right time to leave. His face twitched, and he said, Greetings, Senior Brother. Greetings, Elder Dongfang, Elder Guohua, and Elder Danjun. Ziwei smiled and turned to Immortal Danjun. Oof. Perfected Elixir Lord snorted coldly and ignored him. He felt even more aggrieved. Today was supposed to be his time to shine, and all the glory was about to be bestowed upon him. In the end, Ziwei appeared out of nowhere, and his brilliance was overshadowed before he could even bloom. In front of a grade 4 alchemist, what was the point of him breaking through to a high grade 3 alchemist? Moreover, what made him even more worried was that now that Ziwei was already a 4th grade alchemist, would his position as the next Palace Master still be stable? Palace Master, may I know what matter you wish to discuss? Dongfang Ming noticed the awkward atmosphere and quickly changed the topic. It's like this. Now that I don't have much lifespan left, I feel even more powerless when the 5 decays of the celestial being descend. I have long wanted to give up the position of Hall Master and enjoy the rest of my life. Originally, I wanted to wait until Immortal Danjun became a high-grade 3 alchemist before passing the position of Hall Master to him officially. But now that Elder Bai has appeared and his alchemy skills have reached grade 4, it's just right. So I want to pass the position of Hall Master to Elder Bai. What do you think? Perfected Lord Danshan looked at them and said. Ziyue's eyebrows twitched. He originally wanted to find an opportunity to hint and recommend himself, but he did not expect Perfected Lord Danshan to bring it up first. Perfected Dan Lord was both shocked and furious. Today, he had almost shut himself in because of Bai Ziyue, and his biggest consolation was his identity as the next Hall Master. He was still a little worried, but when he heard Perfected Lord Danshan's words, he almost vomited blood. He hurriedly said with grief and indignation, "Senior brother, I've already become an advanced 3rd-grade alchemist. Junior brother, I know it's hard for you to accept, but the Elixir Treasure Hall needs a grade 4 alchemist. It's not only related to the internal affairs of the Elixir Treasure Hall, but also the reputation of the Qingshu sect. I hope that you can understand." Perfected Lord Danshan thought that his junior brother was just feeling indignant and did not choose his words carefully. As such, he sighed and consoled him. Understand? How should I understand? Perfected Elixir Lord hollered with a cold glint in his eyes. Pausing for a moment, he said fiercely, "Senior brother, I hope that you don't regret this. Also, Ziyue, let's wait and see." With that said, he did not linger any longer and flew away swiftly. Yang Shiner looked at Ziyue with a conflicted expression and bade farewell to Perfected Lord Danshan before chasing after him hurriedly. Palace Master, Perfected Being Guanhua, said hesitantly, "Junior brother, you'll understand me in the future. I can't let the Elixir Treasure Hall that Master handed over to me decline just like that." As Perfected Lord Danshan said, he looked at Bai Ziyue and said seriously, "I hope that Elder Bai can truly strengthen Elixir Treasure Hall and return to its heyday." "Don't worry." Ziyue did not say anything else and merely nodded in agreement. Before long, Sect Master Ren Feixian, Perfected Lord Jiawu of Internal Affairs Hall, and Perfected Lord Hema of Weapon Combination Hall arrived together. "Greetings, Sect Master, Hall Master Jiawu, and Hall Master Hema." The group of people bowed hurriedly. Thereafter, the group of people moved into the inner hall of the Elixir Treasure Hall. Perfected Lord Danshan, is it true that Elder Bai has advanced to an early stage grade 4 Elixir Refinement Master? Ren Feixian was the first to speak. However, he could not help but look at Ziyue with a deep gaze. He was truly shocked by this. How long had the other party been in the sect? Furthermore, his strength was indeed far from that of ordinary grade 4 Elixir Refinement Masters. It was truly unbelievable for him to be able to achieve this. Not only did this require unparalleled talent in Elixir Refinement, but he also needed to master a top-tier True Fire Divine power that was comparable to the Golden Core True Fire. Given his control over the sect, he naturally had ways to find out that Ziyue's True Fire Divine power had integrated the 1,000-year Ice Heart Fire with the Heaven and Earth Fire. However, he did not know that the other party's True Fire Divine power had already reached a level comparable to the Golden Core True Fire. He could only sigh inwardly. Perhaps this was what it meant to be a genius. Although there were few geniuses of this level in the entire cloud-piercing mountain range, it was not like there were none. For example, his first disciple, Perfected Sword Push, had unparalleled talent in cultivation. However, due to the lack of inheritance in the Qingshu sect, he could not refine a grade 3 Elixir Refinement pill or above. That was why he decided to create his own cultivation technique and was stuck at the God Realm. Sect Master, Elder Bai's Elixir Refinement skills are indeed unparalleled. During this assessment, he successfully refined the grade 4 White Moon Elixir Refinement pill into an early-stage grade 4 Elixir Refinement pill. It can be said that if not for the fact that Elder Bai's spirit sense was insufficient and affected the refinement of the elixir to a certain extent, he would already be on par with me in terms of elixir refinement skills. Dalor Danshan said seriously, Good. This is really good. The pill treasure hall of the Qingshu sect is really going to prosper." Ren Feixian immediately became excited. Congratulations, Danshin. Congratulations, Elderby. Congratulations, perfected Lord Danshin. Congratulations, Pill Treasure Hall. Congratulations, Elderby. Perfected Lord Ji Woo and perfected Lord Hei Ma hurriedly congratulated them. Even though he was not used to such social interactions, Zue did not dare to neglect them and hurriedly returned the greeting. Therefore, I plan to pass the position of the next Hall Master to Elderby. What do you think, Sect Master? Perfected Lord Dan Chun said immediately. Sure, Elderby's elixir refinement skills are enough for the position of the Hall Master. Ren Feishian pondered for a while and nodded as if he agreed. However, he soon said again, however, Elderby's strength is still at the early stage of the God Realm after all. It's not enough. How about this, Senior Brother Dan Shun? Stabilize the position of the Hall Master for a few more years until Elderby's strength reaches the late stage of the God Realm. Then, you can officially take over the position of the Hall Master. What do you think? No matter what, Ziyue had just joined the Qingshu sect and was a loose cultivator. It was not a big deal for him to be an elder in the Pill Treasure Hall. However, as for the position of the Hall Master, although he valued such a peerless genius, the more it was so, the more he had to be cautious. In this way, he would be able to answer to the outside world. What do you think, Elderby? Perfected Lord Dan Shin asked. No problem. I'm still lacking a lot now. Ziyue nodded slightly. He did not want to take over the position of the Hall Master so soon. The reason why he did not reject directly was that he did not want to be controlled by perfected Lord Danshun and solve the problem of the elixir refinement ingredients once and for all. Ren Feishian's suggestion was exactly what he wanted. All right, but since Elderby has become a grade 4 elixir refinement master, you should be rewarded. This is the Jade token that allows you to enter the Hall of Inheritance. With this Jade token, you can enter the Hall of Inheritance and study for a month. In addition, Senior Brother Jiwoo, can I trouble you to add 300,000 merit points to Elderby's identity token as a reward for this mission? These merit points will be deducted from my identity token. Ren Feishin glanced at by Ziyue with admiration. She handed over a jade tablet and said, since the sect master has already given out the reward, as the Hall Master of the Internal Affairs Hall, I naturally can't be stingy. I'll add 200,000 merit points as a congratulatory gift. Perfected Lord Ji Woo said with a smile. You guys have roasted me on the fire. If you don't give me something, do you think I'll be able to walk out of the Pill Treasure Hall? Perfected Lord Hippo looked at the sect master and perfected Lord Ji Woo and laughed. He thought for a moment and flipped his hand. A spirit pearl appeared in his palm, and he said, this is a small item that I refined some time ago. It's quite unique in terms of defending against soul attacks. I'll give it to Elderby. It's a supreme grade Dharma treasure, the Greenwood Soul Protection Pearl. Junior Brother Hippo's item is quite big. Elderby, why aren't you thanking them? Perfected Lord Dan Chun hurriedly said when he saw that Ziyue was hesitating. Thank you, Sect Master, Hall Master Jiwoo, Hall Master Hippo. Bai Ziyue hurriedly bowed slightly and responded. Only then did he reach out to receive the reward. Chapter 487. Looking at the item in his hand, Ziyue's face was calm, but his heart was filled with joy. He had thought that he would need 3 more months to accumulate enough merit points to exchange for the remaining cultivation skills in the Creation Hall. He did not expect that the Sect Master and Hall Master Jiwoo's reward would increase his merit points to more than 500,000. Not only would he have a surplus after exchanging for all the cultivation skills, but he would also have the opportunity to enter the Inheritance Hall. Since Dongfang Ming had mentioned the Inheritance Hall, he had been looking forward to it. Especially the legendary inheritance statue, it must be very magical. The position of Hall Master was temporarily suspended. Actually, what he regretted the most was that he had lost the opportunity to enter the Hall of Inheritance to gain enlightenment. Who would have thought that the situation would turn around and the Sect Master would directly give this opportunity back to him? As for the Greenwood Soul Protecting Bead that Hall Master Hippo had given him, He didn't know its exact effects. However, the ability to defend against soul attacks had always been one of his weaknesses. This transcendent artifact would definitely have some protective effect on him. Furthermore, seeing how Hall Master Danshun had agreed to help him so eagerly, this transcendent artifact wouldn't be too bad either. Naturally, he put it in his bag happily. Qingshu Sect, Qingshu Palace. Sect Master, is it not safe to give out the Inheritance Hall's Jade token directly? Master Jiwu looked at Ren Feixian and asked doubtfully. It was not a big deal to give out merit points. At most, merit points could be exchanged for some secondary inheritances and magic treasures in the Internal Affairs Hall. However, the Inheritance Hall's Jade token was only given to the Qingshu Sect's Hall Masters, the inheritors appointed by the Hall Masters, and those who had made great contributions to the sect. Ziyue was qualified, but his identity and background made people feel uneasy. Ren Feixian glanced at Master Jiwu and said with a faint smile, "What do you think of him? He is extremely talented. At least in terms of alchemy, there is no one in the entire cloud-piercing mountain range who can compare with him. Perhaps in the entire firmament territory, there is no one who can compare with him. Speaking of which, his talent should be the same as junior nephew Niu Jian's talent in cultivation. However, in terms of dealing with people, he was very calm and proper. Even when facing the few of us, he was always calm and easy to deal with. Logically speaking, a person with such peerless talent like him, even if he was not arrogant, he was bound to have an air of arrogance. Back then, when he was junior nephew Wei Jian, there was also a period of time when he looked down on the world. Even now, it was difficult for him to look down on others. Only in front of us old fellows would he restrain himself. But I didn't find this in him. Perfected cultivator Jiwu thought about it carefully and said seriously. To be able to become a fourth-grade alchemist, his talent is already indescribable, and I can see that he shouldn't be too old, at least not more than 200 years old. Therefore, he must still have great luck and great opportunities on him. He is definitely not a simple person. His future achievements may even surpass our imaginations. Shouldn't we try to rope in such an existence? Is it worth it? Ren Feixian said in a deep voice. True immortal Jiwu nodded, but he still had some concerns. But his background, Ren Feixian said calmly. According to Reverend Richwater's report, Elderby once used his true fire to burn a 7-star deity realm demonic cultivator, Black Demon Spiritual Master. He also had the battle record of killing a 3-star deity realm demonic cultivator and 2 early-stage deity realm demonic cultivators. His strength is not weak. According to the information we obtained, the first time he appeared was near the 100,000 Great Mountains. He said that he was from the Shega Mountain Range. The Shega Mountain Range is not far from our cloud-piercing mountain range. So, I naturally sent people to investigate just in case. Logically speaking, with Elder Bai's outstanding alchemy skills, it is impossible for him to be unknown, but our people did not hear any news about Elder Bai from Shega Mountain Range. Not even a person who is suspected to be him. I even sent people to the 9-star Dao Palace to buy information, but there was no such person. Later, we went to the Chiu family again and finally found something from the Chiu siblings, Chiu Yue Piao and Chiu Dingwei. The first thing he asked about was the location and distance of the Purple-Green Mountain Range. Is it the Purple-Green Mountain Range where the Celestial Spirits sect is located? Immortal Jiwu was shocked and asked. The Celestial Spirits sect was one of the top sects in the entire firmament territory. Compared to it, the Qingshu sect was like the difference between the clouds and the mud. Yes, Ren Feixian nodded and continued. Therefore, this Ziyue must be from the Purple-Green Mountain Range. Judging from his talent in alchemy and the strength he showed, it is very likely that he is a disciple of the Celestial Spirit sect. Only a super sect like the Celestial Spirit sect, which had gathered countless geniuses, could cultivate someone like Bai Ziyue, who had the strength of a beginner 4th-grade alchemist at the Divine Realm. In other words, it is impossible for him to be from the demon sect, and he is not a spy of an enemy sect. He is not a threat to our Qingshu sect. Although I don't know why he came to the cloud-piercing mountain range. The purple-green mountain range is 100,000 miles away from our cloud-piercing mountain range. There are countless dangers in between, and there are two forbidden lands. It is very normal for him to choose to stay in our Qingshu sect temporarily. At this time, it is better for us to be friendly than to be enemies, isn't it? Master, you are wise. True immortal Jiwu was convinced and said, no wonder he has always been so calm and composed. His knowledge is even above yours and mine. Although the inheritance in the inheritance hall of our Qingshu sect is precious, it may be just ordinary in his eyes. There are more than one or two inheritances in the celestial spirit sect that can lead to the primordial spirit realm. It is said that there are even inheritances above the primordial spirit realm. If we are friendly now, we may be more friendly in the future. It will only be good for our Qingshu sect. Master, you are wise. Ren Feixian nodded, and a trace of complacency flashed in her eyes. Blood binding, divine thought, sacrificial refining. Ziyue's blood fell on the greenwood soul-protecting bead, and a trace of light flashed in his eyes. He said, this magic treasure is really wonderful. It is driven by soul power. As long as the soul power is full, it will automatically form a soul shield to protect the cultivator's soul. As long as the soul shield is not broken, the cultivator's soul will be safe and sound. As a magic treasure of the highest grade, this greenwood soul-protecting bead can at least block the full blow of a 7-star deity realm expert who is good at soul attack. Its defensive power is not small. I just don't know if it can block my innate magic skill days. Ziyue thought in his heart, but because there was no target, it was not easy to test it. The jade token to go to the inheritance hall, and the 550,000 merit points of the identity token. Then, Bai Ziyue couldn't help but look at the jade token that the sect leader had given him and his identity token. The jade token was quite exquisite, with a hollow in the middle and many runes engraved on it, as if it was naturally compatible with a big array. Obviously, there was another mystery. As for the 550,000 merit points, 500,000 of them were the rewards from Ren Feixian and Hall Master Jiwu, and the remaining 50,000 were his own. Let's go to the inheritance hall first. Maybe the inheritance will be helpful for me to create my own skills. At that time, I will go to the creation hall and create my own skills with the help of the remaining 200 cultivation skills of the deity realm. Bai Ziyue's mind spun, and he quickly made a decision. Then, he began to make arrangements. Because he had already been selected as the next palace master, he naturally took the opportunity to seize the management rights of 3 of the 7 herb gardens in the Treasure Pill Palace from Taoist Elixir Lord. Therefore, he directly invited several herb garden managers and had Ma Jun and the other Grade 2 alchemists communicate with them and deal with the supply of herbs. Then he asked Ma Jun to properly manage all the alchemy matters in the Fiery Spirit Peak. He also met Dongfang Ming and asked him to help him a little, guarding against Immortal Elixir Lord. Immortal Elixir Lord was very narrow-minded. Before, he had won all the battles between them. This time, he took away the position of the next hall master, so Immortal Elixir Lord must have held a grudge. He was not afraid of Immortal Elixir Lord, but his disciples could not stand the scheme of an expert of the deity realm. Fortunately, he had learned from Dongfang Ming that Immortal Elixir Lord had left the sect. Although he did not know when he would return, he would only be in the Hall of Inheritance for a month at most. Therefore, he did not have any worries. He quickly packed up and headed to the Hall of Inheritance. The Inheritance Hall. Ziyue's eyes fell on a big hall. The whole hall was covered by a formation, which was connected to the Qingshu sect's protective mountain array. Unless the protective mountain array was destroyed, no one could break into the Inheritance Hall. So, there was no one around the formation, only the disciples of the Qingshu sect patrolling around. It seems that the Jade token is the key to enter the Inheritance Hall. Ziyue thought and immediately poured the power of his spiritual sense into the Jade token. Sizzle, the Jade token shone brightly. A special wave of spiritual power came out from the Jade token. This fluctuation was like a layer of fluttering ribbons. As it swayed, it landed on the large formation's spiritual light that enveloped the entire inheritance palace. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A slight roar came out. Suddenly, the formation light slowly opened. Bai Ziyue continued to channel his spiritual sense into the jade pendant before he lifted his foot and walked into the light shadow of the large array. It was spacious and simple, but it also seemed a little empty. But the most eye-catching thing was the 9 stone tablets in the hall. The stone tablets were as tall as a person, but they were also covered by the formation. These should be the 9 great inheritances of the Qingshu sect, for cultivation methods and 5 great divine powers. His heart skipped a beat, and he quickly stepped forward. He thought that it would take a while to find the inheritances, but he did not expect to see them as soon as he entered the hall. These stone tablets are all Dao source stones? Yes, no matter if it is a cultivation method or a great divine power, they are all extremely powerful inheritances. Naturally, only Dao source stones can withstand them, and Dao source stones can be preserved for thousands, tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years, which is more convenient. Bai Ziyue came to a sudden realization. Only then did he really look at the introduction. Chapter 488. Qingshu Scripture, 5 Transformation Golden Core Technique, 5 Elements Divine Technique, Moon Cleansing Divine Technique, Heaven Collapsing Earth Technique, So Close Yet So Far, 5 Elements Annihilation Divine Sword, Yin Yang True Magic Robe, and Magnetic Slash. For cultivation techniques, 5 Great Cultivation Techniques. Ziyue was dazzled. The Qingshu Scripture is the most powerful technique of the Qingshu sect. It leads to the peak of the Golden Core stage. In the 5,000 years since the establishment of the Qingshu sect, there have been 37 disciples who have cultivated this technique to the Golden Core stage. Among them, 1 has reached the 4th grade, 7 have reached the 5th grade, 13 have reached the 6th grade, and the rest have reached the 7th grade. His gaze fell on the first cultivation technique. He frowned slightly when he saw the introduction. So the Qingshu sect has been established for more than 5,000 years. There are 37 perfected cultivators who have cultivated to the Golden Core stage with the help of the Qingshu Scripture. However, the grade of the Golden Core should be the quality of the Golden Core. Immortal Pushing Sword once said that the difference between the 3 grades of Golden Core, the 3 grades of Golden Core, and the 3 grades of Golden Core was that the chances of reaching the primordial spirit stage were higher if one wanted to reach the primordial spirit stage. The chances of reaching the 3 grades of Golden Core were very slim. As for the 3 grades of Golden Core, it would be difficult to break through the Golden Core stage and reach the primordial spirit stage. 37 people had cultivated the Qingshu Scripture to the Golden Core stage, which was enough to prove the power of this technique. However, it was obvious that no one had condensed a Golden Core of Golden Core with this technique. Those who could condense a Golden Core were all highly talented and had countless opportunities. The Qingshu sect also had a very deep foundation. Therefore, excluding personal factors, it can only mean that although this cultivation technique is strong, it is still a certain distance away from the truly top-notch cultivation technique that can allow a cultivator to condense a Golden Core of Golden Core. Ziyue combined all the information and analyzed it. Soon, he had a plan. Of course, even if this cultivation technique could not condense a Golden Core of Golden Core, it was still the top-notch inheritance in the cloud-piercing mountain range. Most of the techniques of the cloud-piercing forceps were on par with those of the Qingshu sect. Ziyue did not dare to underestimate him. The 5 Transformation Golden Elixir Technique, the 5 Elements Divine Skill, and the Pure Moon Divine Attack Skill are of similar quality to the Qingshu Scripture. Among them, the 5 Transformation Golden Elixir Technique was accidentally obtained by a senior from a sect 3,000 years ago. It seems to have a certain effect on the condensing of the gold elixir. There are a total of 8 people in the sect who have condensed the gold elixir with this technique. The quality of the gold elixir is at the middle 3 grades, which is quite extraordinary. As for the great five elements magic skill, it was said that 1,700 years ago, the seventh master of the Qingshu sect comprehended the top inheritance from the Statue of Inheritance. There were 3 people who practiced this cultivation method and reached the Gold Core realm, but only one of them reached the level 6 Golden Core realm, and the other 2 only reached the level 7 Golden Core realm. Obviously, although this cultivation method was complete, it was actually inferior to the Qingshu scripture and the 5 turns of the Golden Core technique. However, it was said that after practicing this technique, one could use it to gain more insights from the inheritance statue. In the future, it was not impossible to perfect it and improve it further. As such, whether or not to practice it depended on the benevolence and wisdom of the benevolence and the wisdom of the wise. As for the pure Moon Divine attack skill, there was no record of its origin, but from the introduction, this cultivation method seemed to be relatively easy to get started with. It was also faster to practice it than ordinary cultivation methods. Most importantly, not only was its power not weak, but it could also increase the possibility of condensing the gold core. Therefore, there were a lot of people who practiced this cultivation method. There were more than 20 genuine monarchs who had reached the gold core realm with this cultivation method. However, most of them condensed the gold core of the lower 3 grades. Only 3 of them condensed the gold core of the middle 3 grades, perhaps because of other opportunities. It can be said that these 4 cultivation method inheritances each have their own advantages and disadvantages. Indeed, they're the best among all the inheritances I've seen. Ziyue compared the 4 cultivation method inheritances one by one, and his heart was somewhat restless. He believed that even if he did not practice these inheritances, once they fell into his hands, they would certainly be of great help to him in creating cultivation methods. Unfortunately, with the Jade token in my hand, I can only choose one of the inheritances. With a light sigh, Ziyue's gaze fell on the 5 great divine powers again. But there is no hurry. If there is a chance, I will naturally choose the one that will be of the greatest help to me. The art of heaven and earth shattering is a great divine power with a large area of attack. It is very effective when most of the enemies are gathered. For example, when I was in the valley in the 100,000 mountains, if the art of heaven and earth shattering were to fall there, many demonic beasts would have died. So near, yet worlds apart, is a great divine power of body movement. Once you step out of so near, you will have reached the end of the world. It should be considered an advanced divine power of body movement that I have mastered, shrinking ground into inches. As for the great 5 elements destruction divine sword, it uses the power of the 5 elements to evolve into a divine sword art. It is also a great divine power that the experts of the sect comprehended from the inheritance divine statue. Its power is extraordinary. The 4th great divine power, Yin Yang True Magic Robe, is a great divine power of defense. When the robe is worn, nothing can invade it. It is said that as long as one's divine sense is not exhausted, the robe will not be destroyed. Finally, the great magnetic slash absorbs the magnetic force between heaven and earth and condenses it into a great divine power that can cut heaven and earth. It is said that when evolved to the extreme, it can even cut heaven and earth and form a space crack. Ziyue was very shocked. For cultivation methods, 5 great divine powers, to be honest, he wanted all of them. Unfortunately, I can only choose one. Ziyue sighed again. After a while, he calmed down a little and began to think carefully. The cultivation method category is excluded first. Although these 4 cultivation methods are called the top cultivation methods in the cloud-piercing mountain range, I am destined to walk the path of creating my own cultivation method. Wasting such an opportunity on a cultivation method that I will definitely not practice, I always feel that I am losing out. The remaining 5 great divine powers, the extreme speed of imminent skyline, the defensive power of Yin Yang True Magic Robe, the heaven falling and earth splitting skill, the great 5 elements destruction divine sword, and the offensive power of the great magnetic slash, can all increase my strength greatly. After thinking for a while, ZUF finally decided to choose the offensive Great Magnetic Slash. In terms of offensive power, this Great Divine Power was definitely the strongest among the three offensive Great Divine Powers. If he were to choose an offensive Great Divine Power, this would naturally be the first choice. As for the Great Divine Powers of body movement and Great Divine Powers of defense, although he also needed them, in the case of the shrinking land into inches and the seven-color calamity of voiding divine light, they were not so scarce. At least, if he encountered a divine realm expert, even a 9-star divine realm expert, he would not be afraid. However, if he encountered an existence at the Golden Core realm, relying only on speed and defense would not be of much significance. This was because an expert at the Golden Core realm already had his own understanding of heaven and earth, and could form his own heaven and earth, forming a domain that only belonged to an expert at this level. The Golden Core domain. Within the domain, not to mention being trampled on, any existence whose realm was lower than the opponent's would have their strength and speed affected and suppressed, so it was naturally not his first choice. On the contrary, as long as the offensive power is strong enough, it will naturally be able to break through the restrictions of the domain. If combined with my innate great divine powers of absent-mindedness, I may be able to pose a threat to such an existence. ZUF took a deep breath, and the power of his divine sense poured into the jade token in his hand. In the blink of an eye, another cluster of cloud-like light drifted in the air. As it swayed, it landed on the Tao Source Stone inheritance that belonged to the Great Origin Magnetic Slash. Sizzle, the formation shook. The fog of the formation dissipated, and then the complete Tao Source Stone appeared in front of his eyes. Without any hesitation, ZUF's divine sense immediately covered the exposed Tao Source Stone. Boom! In the blink of an eye, a large amount of records regarding the great essence-fused magnetic slash flowed into his mind. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a full half an hour, ZUF shook his head slightly and opened his eyes again. Is this the great divine powers? Using the power of magnetism to condense into a line that can cut through almost everything. However, although the power of this great divine powers is strong, it is not that easy to truly master this great divine powers and condense the divine power seed. It's best to rely on external forces to absorb a large amount of magnetism. ZUF thought to himself, and a thoughtful look flashed across his eyes. After a while, he came back to his senses, and his gaze fell on the other 8 Tao Source Stone inheritances again. He could not help but activate his divine sense again, wanting to open the other inheritances. After a few tries, as expected, the fog of the formation did not move at all, and when he got closer, he felt a faint threatening force in the fog of the formation. But in the end, he did not dare to try to break it by force. Getting up slightly, ZUF immediately began to explore the hall. He naturally would not forget that there was still a great opportunity waiting for him in the Hall of Inheritance. The 9 great inheritances were already supreme inheritances to countless disciples of the Qingshu sect, but almost everyone who knew the secret of the Hall of Inheritance wanted to obtain the technique contained in the inheritance statue, especially when countless seniors of the sect had obtained fortuitous encounters from the divine statues and comprehended divine abilities and profound techniques. Among them, there was even a cultivation technique inheritance that led to the peak of the Golden Core realm, a great divine ability inheritance. And for divine ability inheritances, countless people had already guessed that the inheritance statue contained a primordial soul level inheritance. In other words, it contained at least a cultivation technique that could allow a cultivator to reach the upper 3 grades of golden elixir, or even directly break through to the primordial soul level. It must also contain a great divine ability inheritance that was far more powerful than the great 5 elements annihilation sword that the seniors of the sect had comprehended. ZUF naturally hoped that he could comprehend the complete technique and Tao from it, and obtain the cultivation technique inheritance and the great divine ability inheritance. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.